excuse me, some games are bad and painful to play, like Echo was physically painful to play, or Prince of Persia DOS was actually another good example of a game that was just it was just a pain to play, and also was bad. Some games are like dull or disinteresting or don't know what the hell they're doing, and are bad. Right, two very very different types of bad. If you remember, we actually had a lengthy discussion. God, let's say like 6 years ago now. It was before the current review system about whether we should distinguish the two types of bad in terms of score, in terms of categorizing them. We eventually decided no, bad is bad. But this game, while it has been not unpleasant to play, is a game I'm well ready to be done with. Which is a shame because the story has been pretty consistently turning into good over the last few chapters. Like, you've noticed that, right? We haven't given a negative to story for quite some time. So, okay. The more I play, the more I'm actually wondering if what ended up happening was they had, one part of the game that they either cannibalized from the original game or just had their own vision for it. And then a completely separate game, right? And these two separate games have just kind of been crudely slammed together. Because you notice the first part of the game was really devoid and vacuous of anything, and story wise was the worst part. And now, like, that the plot has finally actually started going somewhere, and we've been focusing more on Fabian, the story's been getting a lot more interesting. I don't know, food for thought. It's also possible this is just written by people who were rushed and or didn't care and or don't know how to write. Good morning, Dark Day.
It always comes back to Lou Graham. Well, let's bite the bullet. Back to the glacier.
It's also worth noting we stopped doing side quests, so that's
You know,
probably
I've thought about that
helped.
door, given what Tali said about Lou. That design looked Asian influenced to me. Chinese, even, if I'm not mistaken. Lou worked with Chinese laborers. I reckon that place is part of her own life before the fire.
And she buried it. Why?
You saw the tour. Seattle is all about the madam with the heart of gold. Not a mention of Rosalind or this mystery sire. Guess she wanted that forgotten.
Oh, we're gonna be yellow, just drop kicking around. That's funny. Yeah, no, like, that's kind of what I'm wondering, because... oh, apparently there's... Okay, well... I mean, it was 1450. I remember looking that up. That's when the Masquerade was established. It's way more recent than I thought. It's possible... See, I was debating this in my head, and we don't know. We probably won't know for, like, a few months and or years. I have a feeling that either they cannibalized the original version of the game that was turned over to them. No, Jim Joker. I don't remember who it is. Or they started development on the game and then for whatever reason walked away from it for 2 years. And then when Paradox told them to finally get on with it and release the thing, they finished development. And like that gap explains some of the inconsistencies. I mean, I've said this before. I know that they wanted to have this big power fantasy. They wanted to have this big power fantasy thing. But they kind of didn't. Like, I'm going to be real. This isn't a power fantasy game. Not unless you turn the difficulty down. So... And yeah, I was about to say, hang on, let's double check something here. Because I was looking at their work roster yesterday. No, the company, not the concept. Here we go. So, okay. So they officially took on the project in 2019. In 2020, Little Orpheus came out, and in 2024, Still Wakes the Deep came out. And that does kind of line up with what we know of how they didn't really start development on this game until mid last year. So, I don't know what else to add to that. That's probably exactly what happened. They're like, yeah, remember, they pitched, that's what keeps blowing me away. By all accounts, the Chinese room are the ones who pitched to Paradox that they've got this. They wanted to take over the project. And then they didn't work on it for years. Like I said, a minimum of 2 years, but more likely about 4. And then, or sorry, 3. I don't know why I said 4. 3 years. And then they're like, oh, yeah, sure, here, we'll go ahead and work on it. It's just, why? Whatever. And yeah, I'm with Dakota. There are plenty of ways to have a power fantasy that don't involve punching people, or even having a combat system. Okay, hear me out for a second. Imagine that you've got a scene, and there's a vampire who's been cornered by some cops who are not on the payroll, right? Your job as sheriff is to go and deal with that quickly and quietly to make sure it doesn't escalate. So you go in, and all of a sudden you have dozens of options. Even just off the top of your head, I bet you could think of 5 different ways you could deal with that, right? You walk in, and you just have presence, and you just kind of go, all right, enough. And every cop there just kind of goes, Mortal Kombat, head wavy for a second. And you walk up to the vampire, and it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing getting caught? Smack. Or you could walk in and be like, okay, this is unacceptable. Y'all need to, and then like you could do an illusion. And have an illusion of the perp, the vampire in question, running off, and they all shoot. Oh God, shoot him. Ah. And then, he goes, and they all think they killed him. It's like, well, we'll have to call that in. And then you take the vampire away. There's options. With the spells that exist within the setting, there's options to deal with that do not involve fighting the cops, right? There's ways to do this and make it look cool. I'm sorry, maybe I'm old-fashioned, but hand-waving an entire room of people with guns feels like a power fantasy to me. I know that's not like playing as Thor or the Hulk or whatever, but it is still a power fantasy. It's still just walking into and owning a room. How that could be a Blade 2. I don't know. There's so much weird about this game. In fact, if anything, if I could make one major complaint about the kid in this game, it has too little non-combat potential. Like, we've got all of these abilities, right? And granted, Earthshock is a cool ability that costs 5 frickin' mana, basically our entire pool, and cost way too much just to get. Like, we can make one guy run? Sure. Yeah, there's no interactivity. There's just fight things, or kill things, or like to distract. Like there's some options here. Like there's a recall for some stupid reason. There's one. There it is. Like entrancing kiss. Like okay, so I can turn one NPC against his allies for a second. That is useful, and especially on higher difficulties, that'd be something. But like, it's all combat-y. And yeah, all of this is combat-y. None of this has anything to do with being a badass in a cutscene, which is 80% of the gameplay. Yeah, exactly, Federation built. Like, imagine Nick Furying. Like, we're supposed to be playing the sheriff, right? Our job is to be the Nick Fury for situations. To walk in and just be like, okay. I was just enjoying, a Benny Vollo film. And now I'm here dealing with you. So, for your sake, I'm going to hope that you're slightly more entertaining than Benny Vollo, because otherwise we're going to have an additional problem tonight. And just, intimidate, right? And go, oh God, Sheriff, I'm sorry. Listen, I'm gonna stop complaining. Perfect game, 10 out of 10.
Those hunters have a head start. No dawdling. Let's get to the gardener before they do.
Also, why are we asking Lou about this? This is the dumbest possible thing we could be. You remember how I've talked multiple times over multiple days about how this is, a social, political RPG? Or at least it's supposed to be. Well, we're about to go talk to someone who we know has buried skeletons, literally and metaphorically, in the closet. And our goal is to ask her about those skeletons. Like, why are we being so upfront about this? Well, this is the dumbest possible move we could be making here. Hey, Lou, you know that dark and storied past that you've taken great efforts to bury? Yeah, what's down there?
Fire, darling, do come in. You have been busy. Tell me, why are you here?
If it pleases you, I have a favor to ask. There is a door in the underground. You know of which I speak. I need to get inside.
There's nothing down there.
If she was mortal, there'd be sweat on her brow.
See how your smile tightens without reaching your eyes? Hear the flat note in your voice? Your fear is palpable.
Ugh, you're delusional. But consider my curiosity piqued. If, hypothetically, I were to consider your request, what possible reason would I have for doing so?
The hunters have taken an interest.
A little interest has never done me any harm. What else do you have?
I have heard a voice, toying with me, summoning me into the darkness below. From a mind that others name the Gardener.
The gardener?
I believe he is a child of Malkov, that he is behind that door in the underground, and he is calling me to him.
That's not possible. Why, that would mean... That would mean... No.
I cannot help you unless we are honest with each other.
There was someone, a Malkavian. I had forgotten. I thought he was gone. My condition. The visions. Perhaps this is no beckoning. But if you are right...
He has led both of us in a mind game, this Malkavian. He is Sabat Lugraham. Tell me what you know of him, how to get to him.
I am still not sure it's the one I remember. But if so, he was nothing then. A minor irritant, a footnote to history. He shouldn't give you trouble. There's another entrance here in the basement. I give you permission to descend. And Fire, if this is true, his destruction will change everything.
If I free you, you will remember who gave you peace.
I'm Mr. Red. Near as I could tell, Dark Day, no, and that's my biggest complaint with them. They're being used as a, frankly, crude narrative tool. Now, I should mention there are a few individual cases where I think Telltale Games, actual Telltale Games, did use the such and such has this feeling about this way as a narrative tool, and it worked. You know, there was no gameplay effect on it. It wasn't branching. It was just a way to kind of convey something to the scene that the scene wasn't already conveying. But even then, that was just an occasional kind of a thing. Hello, TSB. Happy Wednesday. Oh, yeah. Look at those bricks. Oh, my God. Look at that. Oh, my God. I was just going to be silly, but look at that. That is hysterical. Okay, I was about to comment how these, like, this isn't the best brick texture I've ever seen, but it's fine. And then there's this blurry PS1 mess smeared on top of it. What the crap? I can't even poke fun in a light-hearted way without finding some flaw in this freaking game. Oh, goody. Is this another sewer section? Oh, speak of which. I forgot to give those negatives, didn't I? Hang on, did I give those negatives? Hang on 1 second, I need to type up some negatives. I'm telling you. Developers are just entranced with the idea of fidelity. I don't actually know that for certain. It's just the vibe I get. I mean, you know, I hate going by, so I shouldn't say that, but it's the vibe I get.
Keep it low, Fire. These folks play for keeps and they know how to hurt us.
Because so many developers are like, oh man, we could crank the graphics up, and then the games look worse for it. And it's irritating to me. Again, we talked about this on the very, very first day, where like games will have this generically good look to them. Yeah, and they run like crap. They look good for screenshots, but the advertising, they look like crap in the game. It's dull. It's dull as dishwater. There's no design to it. We were talking about there's no artistry to designing it. What's really funny is this very game does have some actual artistry to several stages, several levels, several areas. And then there's just the parts that are just generico. Probably Sub-Zero. There needs to be some kind of consequences, and a GM needs to be unafraid to kill off their players. I'm not saying that should be your first step, or even your second or third, but if your players screw up, you give them an olive branch, and then they screw up again, there needs to be some penalty for that, right? It's my take, anyways. It also depends on your specific players. Not every player wants to play a game where death is even possible. As always, Rule 1 applies. So, while I got you here, Sub-Zero, real quick. I think I have the RSS feed set up. You can see it on the upcoming page. I'm just in the website in general. Could you do me a weird favor and help me test that? Because I actually don't know how to test it. It has been a colossal pain in the ass trying to get it to be set up. And I'm not actually sure it's where it needs to be. Oh, this is a dead end. With a potion. Okay, cool, cool. They gave me a potion. So in case you missed that, we just fell through the world. I'm really hoping it didn't checkpoint. Okay, I was going to say, if it's somehow, because remember, there's no saves. So if it's somehow checkpointed after we fell through the world.
Eyes on my position. Searching location. Checking for targets.
wouldn't go near that if I were you. Designed to fry our kind.
Then I shall find a different path.
One that doesn't crisp us up like bacon.
Still loving those amazing graphics there on the lighting. It's been the worst part of the whole visual experience is the lighting. Okay. So now I'm nervous because I don't want to fall through the world again. Sure, game. That's exactly what I wanted to have happen. Thanks for that. I don't think VTMB1 did, at all, aggravated damage. This game doesn't have that concept near as I can tell. It just has damage. No regen whatsoever. Have to feed in order to heal. Or pop a potion, which is functionally feeding.
Yellow status. Hostile location unknown.
Hello, Czar.
Wouldn't go near that if I were you. Designed to fry our kind.
Then I shall find a different path.
One that doesn't crisp us up like bacon.
Hold on a second.
Initiating. Contact!
Hold on. Consistent. That was the exact same spot. Did you see that? That was the exact same spot.
I wouldn't go near that if I were you. Designed to fry our...
More than one hole in the world in the same level? That's impressive.
Then I shall find a different path.
One that doesn't crisp us up completely.
Yeah, that's a fairly large bug. I'm going to do my due diligence, unlike the QA testers of this game. I should say that. I don't know if the QA actually did any work or not. And QA tends to get blamed for a lot of things that isn't their fault, so... Instead, I'll just say, I will do my due diligence. End statement. No snark involved. Both times I was stealthing. Let's see if it works when I am not stealthing. Yep. That is straight up just a hole.
I wouldn't go near that if I were you. Designed to fry our kind.
Then I shall find a different path.
One that doesn't crisp us up.
QA also can't make devs listen to them. I have known 3 people in my life, one person, personally, 2 people professionally, one person personally, who has worked in QA in my life. And one of the most common complaints these people all levy is that they'll submit their list of bugs, and the devs will say, and not do anything with any of them. Or they'll do like a really band-aid patch fix if it's a really big bug.
Eyes on my position. Search.
Look at it. God damn it. What? So yeah, nothing indicates that spot right there is a hole. Like, I figured maybe there'd be some kind of visibility, maybe the thing is, but no, it's... TSB is correct. There's a collider there that just isn't. Listen, gameplay choices are for games with gameplay.
I don't want to lose pleasure palaces. Fantasy places for the richest clients, you know?
Blood.
Mother hen again, huh? Interesting.
You know, I could see that, Blade Taval. But at the same time, it cannot be that odd of an idea to try to approach from the side towards a spot where 2 troops are camped out, right? Like, you'd think someone would have tried that out. Hang on. Okay, so let me try doing a post Sub-Zero and see if this does anything. I'm just going to do a post here. Okay. Post made Sub-Zero, so we'll see, I guess, in a minute if that did anything.
Contact reinitiated.
Did someone kill my bot already? God damn it. There we go. Ahem. here. Censored is pausing in this scintillating dungeon with this incredibly high-octane combat. Okay. Sorry about that.
No sign of it.
Probably no more than a day, Blade Tabal. It is, after all, by definition, a tryout. The one thing I'm wondering is, do we play as Ireland? Yeah, do we do Tutorial Island? Or do we try something else, like France, or... I can't remember what they're called that one time. Not yet Spain. Oh yeah, the Iberian Peninsula, but that's not what I mean. I guess there's several factions over there you could start as. It was one of the other recommended starter starts back in EU4. Well, it's when you try something out. The hardest start? I mean, that's certainly debatable. It depends on your definition of hard. Starting as the Byzantines in EU4 was the kind of thing that you actually had to restart several times within the first few turns just to have the right RNG to be able to finish the run. There's also that one province... There's actually several one-province powers. But there's one in particular in Japan, which is considered one of the hardest starts, and they had an entire achievement for it, until people came up with ways to just break that in half. Thanks to exploits. Starting as the Americas, any of the American Indians, is really, really, really boring until Europe shows up. So, like, a huge swath of the game is just waiting. How many of these things do they have? Jeez Louise.
Lost sight. Terminating pursuit. Returning to patrol.
You've done well tonight. We've established a base of operations. Your comms rolled out, and we're already detecting a dark mobile network operating in the city. Triangulators signaled, bring us here! Multiple client sources have closed off this evening, which suggests the blank bodies are actively purging. They are panicked. They are scared.
Well, I'm personally a mite apprehensive.
Now, I know you're tired and it's been a long night. We lost a lot of good people already. But remember your training. And remember what we fight for.
Reckon they met up with some of our nasty little underground buddies.
These things down here are monsters and should be exterminated on sight. But remember, when we start cleaning house above ground, they won't look like monsters anymore. Blight bodies are cockroaches that wear our faces. And they will use any means necessary to survive. They are faster than you. They are stronger than you. They can make you worship them or shit your pants with just a look. They can dissolve into the shadows, jump into your veins and eat your heart out from inside your ribcage. They are death. and they are everything we fear. But they fear us right back. They know we can kill them, and that is our job. When you face them, you must harness every ounce of bravery, of faith within your souls. You must learn to channel that fear and that hatred into resolve, because we will. Make no mistake about it. We will not rest until, God willing, we have destroyed every single last one of them.
Thank you for the sub, Seraphim. Always appreciate. I will put it towards Kingdom Hearts 4, Oblivion R, and Dealer's Choice.
I wonder how deep they've dug in.
I do not think they have found the gardener.
Uh-huh. I fancy we'd have heard the screams.
Yeah, having a fairly simple text string that says replace X with question mark unless flag Y is set is not the hardest thing to do. I do like crumpets. Actually, that's not true. I don't like crumpets. Sorry. I didn't mean to lie. I'm sorry. That's a good question to quote him. It's okay, I'm sure there was no vibe coding on this game, right? Right? Christ, I hate vibe coding. It means letting an LLM do the programming for you. Which is exactly as terrible of an idea as it sounds like. And that's not even a hypothetical. We're already at the point now where people have tried vibe coding and it's blown up in their faces repeatedly. Like, this is nothing new. This isn't the realm of the hypothetical.
Contact!
This is probably a good time for this. Yeah, even hypothetically, it's a terrible idea. But again, we're already at the point where it's been proven to be a terrible idea. So, another thing, then why do people do it? Because it's lazier. Why bother figuring out your own code when you can just tell a bot to do it for you? And let me be clear, that's lazy. I know sometimes I attribute things that are easy to laziness, and I shouldn't do that. That's my fault. I apologize for that. Vibe coding is lazy. I'm not sure where the game wants me to go now. I've already climbed all the way to the top of this area. And then I, like, dead-ended. Kind of at a now what. Yes, I realize I've been here before. My visual memory isn't that bad. I'm just retracing my steps, but I'm not sure what I missed. Yeah, that's straight out of Warhammer 40k, isn't it? Alright, we got the program to work. How? Yeah, I was about to say... I know that some people can get a little psychotic about commenting code. But good, parsable, readable code is a great thing going down the line, right? It makes things substantially easier to maintain or update as things need. Or to reverse engineer if you need to try something similar, but in a different execution. Vibe coding is like the exact opposite of that. You have no idea what it did, how it did it, why it did it, or why it works. You needed to do a new program, you're probably just going to go back to the LLM and say, hey, make me another new program, because the previous one doesn't work anymore.
For now.
What do you mean I've just destroyed an entire product line?
Help!
Again, we're already at the point where people have done this and it's actually shut down companies. Okay.
No sign of it. For now. Starting enhanced search. Prep for assault.
Okay. Well, this is where I went last time.
Keep alert.
No, why did it... No, this isn't a platformer, but I should have been able to do that. Okay, hang on. It does not want to grab that ledge.
Eyes on my position.
There we go.
Damn it. Lost track.
Nope, same room. Okay. This is the same path I already went. What the hell, game? Okay. It just does damage, first of all. Okay, I have to imagine it wants me to go there, because I don't know where else it's just leading me. Even though it's the exact opposite of everything. I'm just going to go this way and trust in the corridor. Say screw it.
In scent and descent we shall glory, the gardener said. And there is most certainly a scent. This place stinks.
So, Sub-Zero, did you test it like I asked you to? Did you hear me? Did I miss you? Oh, God. I've got a blank spot in my memory. There's no map, there's no mini-map, there's no nothing. And as you can see, the quest marker is actively unhelpful once you get into a dungeon, because it points to the beginning of a dungeon or your destination, both of which are not helpful when you're actually navigating.
Well, I call that confirmation. That's your mark right there. Why?
You?
What the heck is that? Oh, someone took the fingers off. This is old school mobster work. Or, I guess, horror movie black magic? Icky.
So weary is the wanderer.
But it's also possible I don't know how to fill it, Sub-Zero. I thought just a post would and should do it, but obviously it didn't. I'll poke more into it. It's just it's been such a hassle. Only I had an LLM that could do it for me. A lot of books in here. You know, that's actually one of those fascinating things that they never think about. This actually is really bad in movies and shows. People tend to like candles because they provide good mood lighting and they look good on it, you know, once you get the camera rolling. Nobody ever actually thinks about the fact that those candles are still going after, you know, being in a dank crypt for years. Or that there's hundreds of them. Have you ever lit hundreds of candles? Like, practically speaking, it's kind of eyebrow-raising whenever you see a bunch of candles around. Yes, I suppose you could say that lighting a bunch of candles gets pretty lit. Sorry, I stole that joke from Aisler. It's not my joke. It's not my joke.
Would it help if we found the fingers?
Okay, what did that do? Nothing. Okay. Big thumbs up, Act. Should have won by more of a margin. But I'll take any win at this point. A landslide would have been nice, but he didn't win by much of a margin. Yeah, blue is sweeping right now, which is a good thing. Better? Well, we'll go with better. It is a better thing. Better than the alternative. Did this one not take?
Ambrosial tears that crave those lips.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
disconcerting.
A spit of solace for the heart.
You have weird tastes, fella.
Oh, it's right there. Let me grab the damn thing. I can see it. There we go.
Sweet succulence upon the vine.
I'm guessing we only need one more. Unless this hand belongs to my cousin Jethro.
A sovereign full specified.
Part of the problem, too.
Well, now,
Now turn the sod and slip beneath the soil.
I actually talked about this on Polemic Day. Part of the problem is we don't need a sports team. Like, we don't need... Right, like, politics shouldn't, my opinion, be sports. It shouldn't be about a team winning. It can be about a team losing. You know, nobody wanted the Nazi Germany party to actually come to power. But, like, it shouldn't be one particular side winning or like, being completely dominant. That's not a government at that point. Yeah, politics needs to be boring. It needs to be factions working together to be like, all right, so we need to figure out exactly where we put the tax line on this dumb thing that nobody cares about. That'll have a real impact on real people's lives so they can live their good, interesting, normal, fun lives. But the boring needs to be there. Nobody wants to sit down with a spreadsheet. Somebody has to do it. Gross.
this isn't a dream, not like before. Do you feel that? Daylight kissing the skin, but not burning. My, this guy must have a heck of a mind on him. It's an illusion fire. A powerful one. Be careful.
Quite a bit, Act.
Welcome to my garden.
Could you put on some clothes, please?
I tend, I nurture, I harvest. My sprouts will march to Dunsinane.
March? Is this the War of Cain?
Cain is no longer able, and yet I hear his trumpets. This city flowered in fire, and in fire she will end.
She? I think he's talking about Lou.
This mark, the symbol carved on me, what was your purpose?
Purpose to propose, to induce, to seduce. It brought you here, my fire. My fire. A consummation devoutly to be desired.
No one chains me, creature. What is Lou Graham to you?
The mistress, the madam. Why, with her love, she quite transfixed me. Her word, cold iron through my heart. This is the garden she built. I am merely tender in my bondage.
You are her captive. I have fought your kind before, Sabbat. What were you trying to achieve?
To arms, citizens. Form your battalions. May the impure blood water our fields.
He is a lunatic. Can't see him leading an army.
Maybe, but I have heard those words before.
Oh yes, a steel madame for the madam, and for every prince a neck.
You are no man of the people. You tried to leash me. This ends here, Sabbat. You will not survive it.
Oh, it is time to sup, dear nomad, dearest bacchanalian. I am fair full of juice and ripe for the harvest. And now my strength is yours.
He wants you to drain him.
He bound me with his mark. I will not have him puppet me for one moment longer.
Suckle deep, O Valentine, and all marks are yours to hold.
Yeah, I know you're commanding me here, Sub-Zero.
Look, the flowers are opening. Oh, my lord, I am leaky. Now drink, drink, vicious one, sup of my nectar. Let me spill into you. Oh.
No, Gardener. I do not want your blood. Only your end.
Okay.
It is over. The Gardener, his false garden, is gone.
Let's get out of here. Darnation. We're discovered.
See, what I would have done, granted I like leaning into the badass look, but I would have had her lean in, like snap his neck or something, and then say very calmly, no. After she's already, you know, after she's already killed him. That fight looks like it would have really sucked in higher difficulties. You saw how low my health got, right?
Surrender and your termination will be quick.
I surrender.
Finish the mission by myself.
Gosh darn it.
No sign of it for now. Help needed. Assistance! Help!
Okay.
We're the hunters tonight, bloodsucker. Help! You're not the first blank body we're taking down. You're the last. Assistance!
I also love how my telekinesis has a range limit, which, you know, makes sense, but at the same time, it's really frustrating. When you have enemies that could shoot me. Or maybe they can't? There we go.
Do you feel any different? More energized, less controlled?
I cannot tell. Not yet. But the mark is still with me.
Find another way out?
Yeah, I got a shortcut out, right? I don't want to do that dungeon again. Control. Right off the top of my head, Control had some really great telekinesis. It was one of the funnest parts of that game. As far as the specifics, I think it was how malleable it was to whatever situation you're in. Yeah, I cast Rock Boulder. Exactly. Okay. That was weird. Okay. I'm admittedly not a fan of SCP. Not I'm against it, it's not my thing. But Control did a really good job of showcasing that kind of concept. Hey, thanks, game. Thanks. I mean, what was it, the fridge or the TV? I forget which, but that was just messed up. Good morning, Ross. Welcome to me being lost after finishing a dungeon. Wow, that really is just... Oh my god, look. Look, you can actually see the object that's generating the light, the sunlight. Do you see it? Okay. Mm-hmm. Did I just get a hint where I'm supposed to go, game? Do I have to look this up? I don't know how to leave this room. Okay, so we killed all the guys. I tried up right. I tried up left. Apparently that's the solution right there. So now I need to try up back. And keep in mind, it's already irritating just going up. Because of how awful jumping is on these stupid things. Jesus Christ, this game. Now, see, if I was an unfair reviewer, I'd give it additional negatives for things like that that irritate me. But I have a rule that I try very hard not to give negatives when I'm irritated or angry. Not unless it's pretty definitive. Because your brain isn't...
Lucky the IAO didn't find this place.
It would have led them right to her doorstep.
Your brain isn't fully engaged when you're angry, so... I can't be 100% sure about such negatives when I'm there. Oh yeah, that's some lighting effect. Look at that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's... that looks like two textures being painted on top of each other, and both of them are fighting for which one's on top. Oh yeah. Z fighting. Look at it. Look at it. Yeah, we found the Chinese room. Don't... Well, see, that depends on things I don't know. Because the obvious answer is, yeah, of course more time would help. But, like, it would be more time working on the game would help, right? But by all accounts, they just kind of crapped this game out, so I'm not sure more time would have helped anything. As a reminder, this game had a minimum of a 3-year development cycle, possibly closer to 6. That's actually funny for us. Hi, Morganite.
They know about the underground. They already have vampires in cages. Anarchs, mostly, but Tolly's losing eyes, ears.
And not his mouth. Pity.
Now is not the time. If I may interrupt, I have news of some import.
Fire!
Ah, wonderful.
Just in time, Sheriff. You say you have a report?
The sheriff's report can wait. Please, my child, the subject at hand.
Tolly filled us in on the IAO. He's searching for a base of operations as we speak. Annex splinter groups are panicking, and we're dangerously close to Masquerade breach.
The IAO are working in daylight, hitting anywhere that even looks like a potential haven. We need to lay low.
What we need is a show of strength. Take their leader's head, this mother hen. Show both them and the restless anarchs what they're dealing with. The best defense is a good offense. You agree with me, don't you, Fire?
I would know more of your reasoning, Lou.
Why, darling, I'm talking about symbols. Stalin, Mussolini, Hitler. Figureheads.
Interesting picks.
Take the head off the snake, and what's really left? The body shrivels, and its corpse sends a message. The vermin then scatter, and when they do, you pick them off at your leisure, one by one.
Vermin? You don't mean the Anarchs?
You assume the snake isn't a hydra, and that anarchs can be easily intimidated.
Because it isn't. And they can. You forget they're communists.
In my opinion,
Don't let them do this. Please, my love.
Is there a reason you brought your little pet, dear? This is a meeting for true kindred, not warlock lackeys. Let her tinker with her projects, I say. Keep a dog too long from its bone, and it's liable to whine.
she's here because I wanted her. But that's no excuse for bad manners. You were saying, Fire? This IAO could be a useful weapon.
Fire!
You may as well use white phosphorus on a box of squalling kittens. Rion, our sheriff here is more than capable of handling this. Fire put down one threat this very night, and in much the same way. A Malkavian terrorist calling himself the Gardener, the leader of a Sabbat cell.
You found them.
Our sheriff can deal with this IAO the same way.
No. No!
Ryong, dear, give us the room, will you? And take your dog. Fire and I need a little tete-a-tete.
I'll be at Weaver Tower.
You did well.
Are you free of the visions?
I heard him cry out, the gardener. And now, nothing. I feel less burdened. As if a steel pin has been removed. This is promising. More than promising. All thanks to you, my hero. But you're troubled, child. Come, rest your head. Tell Mama Lou what burdens you.
I am beyond you in years and in strength.
Really? Shall we just be two old souls together then, considering why these nights have changed so much?
I thought the mark would be destroyed with him.
Curious. A delayed effect, perhaps?
Or something has been left undone.
Such is often the way.
Who was the gardener to you?
Someone who needed to be tucked away, somewhere they could not cause further inconvenience. But that was the past, which, thanks to you, is now behind us. I see no need to linger.
Did you know what the gardener was when you imprisoned him? That he was Sabbat?
I smoked out the last nest back in 1889. At least I thought I did. If he was with them, he was awfully quiet about it. And so terribly well-mannered.
What do you have against Sophia? Truly. Is there something I should know?
Oil and water, dear. Sophia has always been, well, more like cattle than kindred. It's like watching a circus lion jump through hoops. I find it pitiful, wretched, ugh, repulsive. Besides, it's the way she looks at me. It makes me feel seen, and not in a good way.
Thank you for indulging me. I have taken up enough of your time.
Darling, we were only just getting started. But I suppose you deserve a rest. After all, tomorrow night you rid us of the IAO. Cut their head off. Meet with Tolly. He'll point you where to go. I trust you will show your usual loyalty.
But we are 100% not loyal to her, just to be really clear about that. I find myself wondering if the game can even acknowledge such a thing. Let me explain what I mean by that a bit. I was thinking about this just last night. A proper game of VTM, opinion, whether it's video game or in-person game, should allow you to court someone. No, not like that. You know,
bones aren't even ashes.
Be nice with them, help them out, gain their trust. Yeah, no, exactly. What this boils down to is to lie, right? I should be able to completely be on your side, help you out, back you up, get your loyalty, get your affirmation, and spend days or weeks or months. And then at the last second, I should have the option to stab you directly in the back. That's how that should work. That's Vampire the Masquerade. That's the politics of it. What do you want to bet this game isn't going to let me do that? Because I've been pretty consistently trying to be nice to everybody. I have this horrible feeling it's going to say, well, you were nice to me, so you've picked my side. And it's like, no.
No rest for the wicked, eh, Fire?
A little rest, given that it is almost dawn.
Yes. How to handle the hunters is worth sleeping on. I don't like how Lou was back there. Struck me as, I don't know.
Something about cats and cream?
Yeah, just what is her game?
Don't mistake me, you can also choose to be loyal and just stay loyal. I mean, right off the top of my head, Planescape Torment did that perfectly, act. I don't want to overpraise, but Planescape Torment really impressed me, even this most recent run-through with its choice gameplay. But yeah, it should be my decision at all points in time to continue to be on your side or to betray you. That's how that should be. Yeah, choice is the key word. Now, I would say right now there's one of two possibilities. First, we get pizza nachos. It's like pizzas and nachos combined. It could be... Yes, Planescape Torment. Planescape Torment has many, many, many issues, but the choice gameplays and the writing are not some of them. Words. Dragon Age Origins let you do that too. You could lean towards one side or the other, but there would be like a critical moment where you could do whatever. So there's one of two possibilities here. Either we're getting locked in because of our rep options, or it's going, none of it matters whatsoever until we make the choice. We'll see what they do. Oh yeah, I love having wounds in my mouth when I'm shoving hot tomato sauce into it.
Perchance not to dream, I guess. He's gone. Whoever he was. be here again. Gotta say, it's a treat to see the sun.
Fabian.
What? Oh, fire. Heck. Well, hello to you too, then.
How is this still here?
It's a construct, I suppose. A memory in your head. In our head. Like we're telling each other a story. Even after the gardener is gone. I wonder why he kept sending me back into those memories. Those dreams. A tale told for an audience to digest. Oh.
And yeah, I do not know if we've had any choices yet.
The front doors of the fire truck open, and guess what? It was the same clown, nose and all. He hadn't had time to wash.
The same clown! You are kidding! Oh, my boy, it never ceases to amaze me how these things land at your door.
Gideon was the gardener, right? Like, it's extremely obvious. It was obvious the first moment I saw him. First of all, it's literally the same model.
You heard of a guy called Maxwell? He had a pet demon. I kid you not. He figured this demon could watch what went on in the world, atom by atom, detail by detail, a perfect observer. The thing is, though, Maxwell totally failed to realize that the demon might get bored. I think it likes to poke things my way.
I guess I can appreciate that. The world is stranger than anyone thinks. But tell me, how do your investigations proceed?
The killer's gone public. There was only so much time we could spend covering it up. Papers got hold of it. They're calling him the Rebar Killer.
In my opinion, there's very little that a concerted effort by the Camarilla can't cover up.
You think someone leaked it?
It would not surprise me.
Huh. Wonder who gets something out of that.
Fear is a powerful thing. Don't even start that sentence, my boy.
Right? Sure. Yep. Gotta say, I'm stumped. We have a hunter. Mortal, I think. But I'm not even sure about that. More than mortal. Incredibly strong. Can sneak up on kindred, stake them just like that. Has a heck of a jewelry supplier. And access to a building yard.
It strikes me, my boy, that this is one of your stories.
How do you mean?
A tale told for an audience to digest. Has anyone seen this killer? Does he even exist?
Now that's an interesting thought.
Well, hello, you two.
Sophia, take a seat.
Did you like the puzzle?
It was wonderful. Thank you so much. An acrostic playing underneath one of Carol's ladders. I did get it. Velocipede, right?
Which is why Bone and Shaker were at the start. You got it.
How's your night been? Anything interesting?
Fabian was just telling me his ideas on this Rebar Killer, as the public are calling him.
Well, that's inaccurate for a start. It isn't Rebar that kills them. Kindred are arguably already dead. If you want to be picky, you could say final death happens when the head comes off. As for mortals, Rebar through the chest would certainly give them a bad few moments. But again, the head is the clincher.
The curse of a vivid imagination. I can just feel it. An iron stake bursting out of me, or that crack as my head comes off. Makes me shiver. Let's talk about something else.
How is the court handling Rosalind's death?
Lou is devastated, of course.
Genuinely?
Well, even I can't tell that. But remember, this has hit her in the pocket as much as the heart. Rosalind was the brains. She had all the court's dealings at her fingertips. This is a blow.
I'm helping where I can, but Lou does not like me. It makes things difficult.
I'll be honest. I'm not sure what to do without the boss.
I can understand that. This is a difficult task for you alone.
What task?
To maintain the Masquerade. This city grows so fast, and I worry technology will outstrip us all. It will not be easy.
Oh. Well, we'll help where we can. We have to. You're protecting our existence, Fabian.
Isaac's a loss, right?
Big time. He was the way Rosalind and Lou kept tabs on Seattle, and kept tabs on their tabs in the gin joints and cat houses. There's no doubt this will be a setback, but the city has seen worse, as has Lou. At least it didn't burn down this time. My apologies, there's something I want to check on. I'll take my leave.
Is there a problem?
Not at all. I've just realized I have something I want to ask of our esteemed prince. About the art of storytelling and the invention of the mythic. Good night, Sophia. Fabian, mind you take care of her.
Do you mean take care of her, or take care of her? I wouldn't want to get it wrong.
I'll see you both later.
We never really get the chance to talk, do we?
Given all that's happened, what are you doing now?
At the moment, the prince has me looking into the formulation of liquor substitutes. Seeing if I can find a way to enhance them or make them more addictive. Chemistry or blood alchemy. She doesn't care which.
More bang for her buck. I get it.
I have a space in the basement of the glacier. It is not the most ideal for study.
I know this is a personal thing, but you and Gideon, are you an item?
Fabian.
It's just, I never heard of two kindred being like that. I thought that after the embrace, everything changed. I'd like to say that night was the last time we both saw him. But that's not true, is it? There it was, all along. And I knew it. And I didn't know I knew.
Gideon was the gardener?
Oh, yes, that is clear, isn't it? We never did find his body, but we did close the case.
Lou called him a minor irritant, an historical footnote. It was her? She did this to him?
I can't remember. I found evidence. I closed the case. No. It's gone, Fire. Nothing left in the old noggin.
It will come back.
That's what worries me.
Oh. Fabian was always the killer. I mean, he's a Malkavian. He could literally have a split personality.
Hate to tell you this, sweetness, but your beauty sleep has had zero effect.
Good evening to you too.
Ironic, right? City of coffee and it does nothing for us at all. Hope you're feeling hungry with a side order of homicidal, cause you got a dinner date with some tasty, tasty hunters. You know Silky's bar? Go down the alley opposite. Bingo, Castle Fuckenstein. They've got a mast up on a building nearby. Best take it out first so no one can squeal. But I've talked to Ryong and we agree. The cleanest trick is to get in and trash all their Seattle intel. Or as I call it, do unto them what some jackass did unto Willem. I know Lou wants their mother hen pulped, but that'll put the shit among the pigeons. If you meet her, be careful. We don't want them pissed enough to bring in a whole flock of mother cluckers. This is important, Fire. The IAO are not a joke. Take her down a peg. Don't take her out.
I will deal with the records and their leader.
Tell her a big fuck you from me, too.
Yeah, coffee does nothing for him. Could you imagine, Savacon?
Take down the communication tower, then sneak in. Like stealing cheese from a mousetrap. Mind you, after all we've been through, I think we can handle this.
Oh, that gets really hard to do further in as your speed increases. Coffee does something for me. It helps me to stay awake. And then it gives me migraines. In that order, even. Three days of migraines after the trip. That was fun.
Huh. That mask there is a big old middle finger to the court, ain't it? Let's take it down. No way now to scream for help from their buddies. We can take a crack at their base.
Like, I totally know how to use a laptop.
You seem to turn up in all the wrong places.
Mother hen.
Agent LaToya Baker. The lead went dry. The triangulated signals led us to the underground and, curiously, to you. I'll see you soon. Fire.
What signal was this Baker tracking then to find you in the underground? Oh, Nix, and that telephone. These folks know their stuff.
I don't know if these are actually specifically Vatican agents or not. I know the Vatican does have agents. Or did? I guess we're a couple of generations out from my knowledge of this setting. So they used to have agents. I don't know if they still do. Oh God. The legalese of vampires. Your Honor, while my client did in fact bite and drain blood, they did not do so with intent to harm.
Let's, encourage the hunters to leave. Politely, of course.
The records clearly show they were in the middle of a torpor recovery and therefore were not in control of their own actions. Did someone kill my bot already? Oh my God, why do people keep killing my bot? Ahem. No, I am never going to play EU5. Ever, 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 ever. Ever.
They are armed to the teeth.
Teeth are my speciality.
All quiet. No sign of the target. Noting. Contact!
Whoops, that hit. Guess we rattled them.
Well, I can get one of their guns. I guess that is telekinesis. So, yes, would be the answer. Oh, hey, I can actually rip the thing out. Nothing indicated that. I was just tapping it for unrelated reasons. Oh God, Vampire Inheritance. Okay, I know I'm an extremely boring person, but a story idea I want to do someday is how undeath affects debt, basically. Because, yeah, that would affect several things like inheritance, or what happens after someone dies, but keeps going, and you get the idea. There's all kinds of question marky things when someone dies. Because right now, for fairly obvious reasons, a lot of our legal system is based around the idea that someone can, in fact, die, and once they do, certain specific things happen to all of their worldly possessions. Both positive and negative. If someone could keep going after they die,
hellishly hot seals. Bit of a rig up to my eye. Follow the wires, cut the electric, and I reckon we'll be good to go.
Well, I was already thinking that, but thank you for lining it out for me. Does it actually highlight it? Oh, it does. That's fun.
Possible incursion.
That's another question mark. In several settings, what specifically happens to the soul upon undeath is variable. In some cases, the answer is nothing. Sometimes it's just the body that's animated. There are a lot of these guys here, I'm just saying. So let's just walk up here and do this. Well, yeah, like, you know, Warcraft 1... Type 1 Undeath specifically does not involve the soul. There's no soul there. It's literally just a golem made out of body parts, right? So, no complexities there. Type 2 can involve the soul, but doesn't necessarily. It could just be a remnant of your soul, or a remnant of spirit energy left over after you've died, right? It doesn't actually have to be your soul. It's when we get to Type 3 Undead that we've pretty much guaranteed that the soul is hanging around. But even then, it's not a guarantee, because there are specifically Type 3A Undead who explicitly had their soul detached from them. I'm pretty sure the game wanted me to be sneaky here. Let's just try, because here's another section. So we'll just sneak, sneak, sneak. Try to avoid combat, see what happens. Now that is a fascinating question, and one that Warcraft really should actually play with more, because there are two individuals who have had their souls removed. Really? You saw that, right? Anyways, there have been cases where someone had their soul detached, and then, you know, their body, the new entity, did stuff, and then their soul was reattached. Now, unfortunately, Warcraft has not dug into the realities of that. It hasn't delved into that topic, which I think is a shame, because I think that is a fascinating topic to look into. Because it's not as cut and dry as it could be. The recombined person, which has their soul reattached, is a different person, and is consistent of part of the person who did commit those crimes, or did incur that debt, or whatever, right? It is both, and that's the problem.
My men are looking for someone.
Perimeter breach!
African American kid, lost, no Healer the lost was struck up over here. Not long after.
Why is she taunting us? Why is the IAO person taunting us while we're shredding her base?
Seems to know a lot.
An empty threat toward a hostage she does not even possess.
Well, if she's tossing out threats, then I guess we're making her nervous.
Anyway, sorry. Random yammering. Don't mind me. Someone asked if we're playing as Croatia or Ireland or whoever, and truthfully, I haven't decided yet. I mean, we might just do Noob Island. Just to get used to the interface, you know? We could place France. Have a billion problems in every direction. But a giant army. Okay, so let's try this whole sneaking thing one last time. There's apparently a billion people here.
Patrol is normal. No targets detected.
Game.
Resuming patrol. Nothing to report, Command. All signs green.
Why is this wire lit? Like, it shouldn't be, right? This is going back to the area I've already cleared. And the box I've already hit. Yeah, that just goes into here. Why is this wire lit up? There should be no power going through that line. I was pretty sure of that when I first glanced at this wire, but I wanted to check. Because, you know, game design. What's really weird is earlier wires are dim because they no longer have power going through them because we've already knocked out those generators, which makes perfect sense. God. I mean, they apparently did a big overhaul of the Byzantines. I heard someone in chat say that a bit ago, too.
Patrol is normal. No targets detected. No sign of hostiles. Over.
Yep, no sign of hostiles.
Checking for targets. Patrol pattern Omega Beta. Weapons ready. Situation yellow. Taking the shot. Assistance.
Sorry. Yeah, I know that. Yeah,
My money says we'll find that door wide open.
I know there's the old cliche that leaving on the bat filter all the time is not a good thing, but this might be one of the worst of those I've seen in a while, just in terms of sheer visibility.
I'll bring them up and we'll leave the rest of you alone. That's not how this works. Once we found them, we'll find you. Unless we can reach an understanding.
Perimeter breach! Perimeter breach!
around. Don't be silly.
Assistance!
I mean, honestly, having a radar would be nice in this game in general. There's several times I have been uncertain of where something is, simply because of total lack of visual indicators, or actively misleading visual indicators, which has happened as well.
So, strategy? Mother Hen can't be too far away.
I am withholding judgment, for now.
I mean, what's funny is if I do this and I see a heartbeat, it'll linger for a bit when I pull it out, but only for a literal few seconds. It's not a great system.
No sign of hostiles. Over. Nothing to report, Command. Sector clear.
In fact, that was actually 3 seconds right there. Before it went away again.
Situation normal. Resuming patrol.
So if I want any kind of visibility, I can just pulse periodically like this to be able to see these guys.
Attention. Yellow status. Investigating location.
Yeah, I could do that too. Like, there's options here, you know? Instead of just this, whatever this is.
Still withholding that judgment? Time's a-coming.
I will see what Baker has to say for herself.
How do we know how to use a gun? I know we're using telekinesis, but, like, still. We know how to use a gun. We know what pulling the trigger means. Jesus Christ, that hurt. Did we just die? Oh my God! That's... wow.
Blank bodies don't feel the cold like we do.
First death since we turned the difficulty down. Might be a better way to phrase that. Of course that's still a flashbang, even though I was staring at the wall. Okay.
You ready for it?
Active alerts. Blind body reacquired.
There's two types of grenades they're doing. One does, near as I can tell, pulsing phosphorus damage or something, which does an absolutely incredible amount of damage. The other ones are just plain old grenades, which hit us for about half our health. And they're homing, so they're throwing grenades at us, wherever we happen to be. Yeah, that's the phosphorus stuff right there. That'll just do persistent damage. Yeah, by the way, this is a fully scripted, no really cannot avoid a combat encounter, which... yeah, that's very VTMB1. Can agree.
Perhaps it's time we met face to face.
Sure.
Your heart is racing. Most would have started to run.
Neither fight nor flight would be useful right now. Are you ready to negotiate?
You seek civilized conversation. I will listen.
Let's dispense with the theater. I'll tell you what we have on your kind, and I get what I want in return.
Her heartbeat. Not just fast, but skipping. And there's a vinegar smell. Her blood.
You are dying.
6 weeks. 8, if I'm lucky.
You want me to save you by making you like me. Interesting.
Do we have a bargain?
You are not in a strong position here. Answers first.
Very well.
I need names. Who are you targeting in Seattle?
Other than Max? One strong lead. A meeting between two potentials outside the city. Seemed to be making a trade, but I could only get a visual.
I want to know what the IAO believe about us.
Our regulars know the basics. Garlic and holy water are myths. Jury's out on stakes and crucifixes. You crisp up real well with fire or sunlight. However, I know that sickness or old age won't kill you.
There is no way around death, only through it. Most hunters would rather die than become what they hate.
I'm a pragmatist, not a zealot.
That, at least, we have in common. You want me to honor your request. Why?
I've watched you. If I have to become a nightmare, I want to be a strong one. And you're the nomad. You're the big bad wolf.
That's your reasoning? Okay.
The meeting you recorded. I want to see it.
That's Katsumi. But who's her paramour?
We're out of time. I gave you answers. You made your decision?
By embracing you without permission, I risk us both.
Then I'll lie low. And I can help. I know the hunters. I'll throw them off the scent.
The IAO is a weapon. Perhaps. But if Lou finds out...
Oh, hey, an actual choice.
One in your position of power would make a fine member of Clan Ventrue.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do not thank me yet. I am no nursemaid. You will have to survive on your own.
I understand. I will fear no evil, for thou art with me.
Your god will not follow you here.
But he's like an actual character in this setting. Like, he kind of stays backed off, but he's right over there, right? Like...
Can't say I was expecting to walk away from this mess with a little baby vampire under our wing. Our next problem? You just embraced someone without the prince's permission. Can't imagine Lou will be best pleased either. If I were you, I'd say as little as possible.
I'm not super worried about Lou. Honestly, I'm shocked the game has not given us even the option to go after Lou yet. Yes, I know we're weaker than we could be, but come on. That's an interesting question. Can a vampire benefit from faith mechanics? I suppose that the answer to that would probably be down to the storyteller. Oh, hello. Yes, Trihexia. And no, I had not heard how Lou is based on a real person. Does anyone else weirded out that they just decided now, of all times, is when there's a musical chord going... there's music going over the overworld section? Like all of a sudden, like, I don't really mind. It was just one of the first times they've ever actually had, you know, music on the overworld. And then it went away, of course. A 7-point merit. Wow. When we first hit the overworld, there was a musical cue that played that was based on the song from the first game. I think we might have had a couple others like that. That's it.
Sheriff.
The evidence is destroyed.
Good. One less thing to worry us. Now we only... No. No, there's something else. Something you're not saying. Speak.
I did not kill Agent Baker. I embraced her.
What?
I had no other option.
Right, okay. Sorry, Powerpuff, you fucking what?
Tali! I will hear the sheriff's reasons.
She is more useful to us this way.
She will certainly know their methods, I suppose. Lou won't be pleased, of course. Where's the child now?
I do not know.
Then see that you find out. I'll postpone my verdict until you do.
Hold up there, hun. You're letting this slide? Embracing without permission is what... Ugh.
I said I'd postpone my verdict, not withdraw it. But for the sake of conversation, we should press on. What else do you have to tell me, Sheriff?
Katsumi has had meetings with a contact outside of Seattle. A vampire. The IAO seemed to think the individual was of special interest to their hunt.
That's so. And the mark's effect? It still hasn't stopped?
No.
Then we can't rule anything out. It could be Katsumi's part of the Sabbat after all. Tali, look into it. See what you can learn.
I'll put it on my list to get into, right behind Clone Ryong's faithful and fabulous butler. But I'm still smelling something. Come on, Fire. You got a bad poker face.
I have left nothing unsaid. But you should know this. The hunters have been tracking Thinbloods. It may be they were planning a raid on the Anarchs.
Then I was right. If they could be redirected, perhaps you could seed some useful targets to your child. If she still has the means to control them, she could be extremely useful, Fire. I'll forgive your lack of protocol.
Oh, come on.
Now we just need to find her. There's gonna be cleanup to do, but the immediate threat is over. Meet me at Macom later. We'll discuss our next move.
Oh, and if we're booking appointments, you should check in with Lou. She was asking after you.
That went better than I expected. Unburdening yourself of a secret pays off after all.
Like how he says, you should go meet with Lou, but actually the only quest is to go sleep for the day. Listen, nobody ever wanted to play a supremely powerful badass in a video game before. Give me a break.
My love! I mean, Fire. I wanted to find you. Forgive me,
There's a dialogue option there, which if you can't read says, "Do not call me my love." See, if this was BG3, I'd save and then pick it just to see what the option does. Like, what her reaction would be to that.
You have learned something?
I think so. You still have the mark. The man you mentioned. The gardener, he is truly gone? I mean, you are sure?
He wanted me to drain him, to perform diablerie. I refused, naturally, and gave him a quick death.
I see.
Why do you ask?
The mark. I found a match. It indicates a binding ritual. Thaumaturgy, complex. Skilled, even. I'm so sorry, Fire. You are bound, signed and sealed. Some might even say indentured. Someone has claimed you, and they still exist, or the mark would be gone. So it can't be your gardener. I don't know who, or why, or how to break the bond. Not yet, at least. But I will. I'm so close now. Give me tonight. Let's meet back at Wake the Dead tomorrow. When you're free to, of course.
What else can you tell me about the ritual?
Do you know of Goratrix, of Clan Tremere? He was a follower of the Sabbat. This mark, the ritual, it is based on his work. The texts you found for me, they are a translation of his methods. I am struggling with a key, but I am nearly there. One more night. I promise.
The Gardener. Had you heard that name before?
It sounds almost biblical. Like Eden or Gethsemane, where Jesus was entombed. I can look into it if you like.
I suppose it is of little consequence now. If it is not the Gardener, who do you suspect, Sophia?
Me? Oh. Well, I know Lou blames everything on the Thin Bloods, and I can see links, if I'm entirely honest. They are known to experiment. Alchemy, thaumaturgy. But, I mean, it's a convenient scapegoat, don't you think? Isabella was no anarch, and Benny hated them, so... Why? What do you think?
Baker showed me evidence of Katsumi meeting someone. I do not yet know who.
You think they could be...
It might explain the Thin Blood link. And perhaps Katsumi is not their only contact in Seattle. Who can know if they also met with Benny, Isabella, Willem, maybe even the Gardener. Why would Tolly bind an elder?
I can't see a reason for it. He has as much power as he needs, really. Perhaps I shouldn't turn a blind eye so selectively. How unscientific of me. But Tolly has been kind. In his way. I see wounds in him beneath the... calluses.
Need I ask what you truly think of Lou herself?
I think no vampire abdicates the princedom out of the kindness of their heart. Forgive me. That was out of turn. I mean, she's been up in that penthouse for, well, 40 years or more.
But do you suspect her?
Lou? If anyone were to chain people, then perhaps. But I'd question why she needed you.
I wonder. A Tremere researcher might stumble across much in her investigations, such as a ritual to bind an elder.
You're serious? You're really serious?
It seems unlikely, but we must entertain all options.
No answer to that, by the way. She was just like, oh my god, you think I did it? And that's it. That's her. It's her. It's her. She did it. I thought that, like, yesterday. Never mind, today. Hi, Nuki.
As convenient a scapegoat as they may be, we should not rule out the Anarchs.
It makes sense. It just... disappoints me, I suppose.
Although I couldn't tell you why. I don't have a motive.
We should at least consider Rion.
But why? Why would she sabotage her own rule? She has all a Ventry could want.
I have learned never to be too trusting. I must admit, I am at a loss.
That's okay. We'll learn the truth, eventually. Together.
If I am honest, I am looking for reasons to linger. With you, Sophia.
With me? And you think I am a traitor? No. I'm sorry. I have work to do. Until tomorrow night. Sorry.
Super sus. Hey, off the deeper end. And good morning, Madman Robbie.
I've been thinking. It was Lou who had a problem with Gideon, with Gardner. She was the last person I remember him going to see. Now I know it was her who made him disappear. What if she's behind all these killings? I mean, it's the obvious conclusion. If Lou took out Gideon, well, how could I not have seen this before? Is Lou the rebar killer? Or am I missing something?
Are you hearing that? Jesus. No, the whole game was skipping. Seems to have stopped? Maybe I was literally going too fast. I've been getting pretty good at the drop kicking.
Regular as clockwork. Guess something's still pulling at my gray matter even without Gideon. Fire, you there?
I am.
The case was shelved. Gideon's disappearance. We thought it was the rebar killer. There was nothing else to be done. Or so I thought. I remember that much. But it was Lou. She buried him under the ground with iron through his heart. Does that mean she's always been the killer?
You are the detective. You tell me.
And how did he become part of the Sabbath? It was Lou's fault. How could I not know?
I know it's shocking, Beat Nookie. Might even say lore shocking. Hi, Uthor. Good evening.
It was Lou's fault. How could I not know that?
It's been so many years. You said it was shelved. What's changed?
These new killings. Maybe a copycat, maybe not, but they've put a tickle in my skull. I can't stop thinking about that night. The last time we saw him, he said he had to ask Lou something about stories. Don't you remember?
I remember. But if you're right, what can we do about it? Who would believe you?
You're right. We gotta find evidence. But how?
I do have an idea. Lou has a habit of keeping trophies.
Ooh, what? Like the skulls of her enemies, hollowed out, gold-plated, and used as drinking vessels?
No, like mementos.
That's what I said.
The point is that I know where she keeps them. Remember all those years back, I used to have a lab in the basement of the glacier.
Ooh, skeletons in her closet?
She uses it for storage now. I doubt anyone else has been down there for years. There might be something there. You'd need to find a way in. Maybe Jimmy the elevator or something.
That does seem worth a try. Although they're not a big fan of me over at the glacier. Since the incident with Penguin, I hear it still smells of fish.
Fabian, you told me once you'd given up on Gideon's death. That there was nothing you could do.
It's the curse of being a detective, Miss Sophia. Like a dog with a bone. Some bones we only dig up, when we remember where we buried them.
Well, time to play the real protag.
To the glacier, I suppose. A mite too close to Her Majesty for my liking.
Which means it's time for everyone's favorite animations. Behold the glory. Alright. I'm sorry. That is still funny. It's just... yeah.
Goon on the door. That wasn't too helpful.
Let me stop you there, buddy. Private party. Nothing for you tonight.
I have an invite.
None of that, my friend. I know all the tricks.
Then I commend your attention to duty, and I wish you good night.
Truth be told, I never felt at ease in the glacier. Guess the feeling was mutual.
Yep, this is what I think of when I think turbo powerful vampire. Could be worse. We could be going backwards. It's the same animation. It's the exact same animation. Anyways,
Ooh, this place is a dump.
a favorite objectively bad sushi game. So I discovered something about myself last year, in that I don't really enjoy bad games as much as I thought I did. I know that the whole point of sushi is that it's not, you know, it doesn't care about how good the game is, but like if you check the site right now, the lowest scoring sushi game is still in a pretty decent net positive score. So
Did I feed the cat?
I don't have a good answer for that one.
Evening, ma'am. Wonderful to see you. How was today's shoot?
Now, I suppose there are some games I could say that are amusing? Might be the word. Because, you know, they're bad, but they're enjoyable. Like, it's easier to pick out movies that are bad and enjoyable. Because in a movie, you're not playing the game. You're just sitting back and enjoying it and just being like, oh, God, this is ridiculous and terrible, right? For a game, yeah, like Star Trek 5, I unironically enjoy Star Trek 5. It is a crap film, let's be very clear. But it's a film that I have enjoyed multiple times. Not too long ago, when I was setting up here and getting some paperwork done, I actually had Star Trek 5 up in the corner while I was doing the paperwork, because it's just, it's hilarious. Yeah, the point of sushi and the point of coffee is that it's regardless of quality.
Oh, such a great day, darling. 7 scenes in the can.
Wonderful, ma'am. It must be such a grueling schedule. If I might ask, how do you stay in shape?
Yeah, no, that's a good way to put it. The gameplay score of a movie doesn't frustrate me. It can. Very bad gameplay in a movie or a show can cause, like, issues, like the shaky cam, right? I know there's actually a weird amount of arguing about this, but shaky cam is something I am fervently against. And, you know, it actually causes me issues just watching it. That's terrible gameplay that actually affects me. But you notice how far down you have to go to hit a point where the gameplay of a movie or a show can actually bother me.
I am not answering that.
I'm so sorry for overstepping my bounds. Welcome back to the Glacier, ma'am. And may I say, I am such a fan of your movies.
Always happy to meet a fan, even if they are a dick.
Please, enjoy your evening.
Over-editing is another thing I tend to really dislike.
That a card-carrying member of the undead would be able to get into swanky parties more often. Maybe I needed to get me an opera cape. Anyhow, time to visit the basement. To the elevator.
So that's my terminology, obviously, to Alex Brown. Gameplay is execution when it comes to non-interactive media. It's just a convenient way to separate the two, because it's actually pretty easy to point to movies and shows that have high story, low gameplay, or low story, high gameplay, right? I'll just use a specific example. Rise of Skywalker is a movie that has an absolutely abysmally terrible story score, but a solidly pretty high gameplay score. The effects are nice, the direction is good, the pacing is decent, the lighting is well done for the most part, etc., right? Gameplay is more about the execution of the visuals, for what that boils down to. Set design, effects design, lighting design, camera usage. Again, we just mentioned several examples of that. The overly edited chop, 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 chop thing, that's gameplay. Shaky cam is gameplay. Doing the Dutch angle is gameplay. Stuff like that. That's all gameplay when it comes to movies and shows. And then something with like really high story but really low gameplay. I suppose Wrath of Khan would be a good example of that. Yeah, sound is another good thing. Speaking of sound, I mentioned high gameplay for Rise of Skywalker. One of the things I remembered most distinctly, and I know this is ousting myself as an audio geek here, was the sound mixing and sound processing in The Rise of Skywalker, because it was really freaking good. I know that's normal. Star Wars has always had good sound design, but I was actually blown away by some of the effects and the impact and the design that went into a lot of the sound design of that movie. It was weirdly good. like they brought in some experts for that film. Anyways, you get the idea.
The Glacier clearly hadn't updated its decor since the 70s.
Yeah, the TOS.
This means trouble.
TOS is a good example of a show. I would say there are a couple of episodes of TOS which have decent gameplay, mostly down to set design, because there's actually some decent sets and some decent costumes. But most of TOS would be pretty low gameplay, and then there's episodes which have really high sound, really high story score, because duh, right?
Now, why is Seattle's finest patronizing the Glacier Hotel? Let me guess. A murder? A public health violation? Or just my unpaid parking fines?
I think Lou's killed someone. I mean to find evidence.
You're telling me that Lou Graham has killed someone? The shock! The horror!
Can I just get past, please?
Lou's busy, whether you need clues or not. I might be persuadable, but police require access has never been enough for me.
What do you want?
Let's indulge in a little mutual scratching of backs here, Detective. You want your clue? I want some investigating done.
An investigation, huh? Investigating what?
You know me, always interested in the gossip. I've heard some things and I want to hear more. Patience is working on something very special. I want to know what. I want to know why it is that Silky leaves town every few weeks. And I really want to know about our newest recruit, Onda. She cut a deal to be let in. I want the skinny on it.
Okay.
See ya, Tolly.
Happy hunting!
Yeah, Tangled is an example of a show which has bonkers good gameplay.
The mighty quest to placate the guardian of the elevator doors hadn't been in my diary when I woke up.
And
Tolly was mighty stubborn. Besides, some of his requests were kind of interesting.
And variable story. Some of those episodes were really solid.
I hope Mom doesn't ruin Christmas.
And yeah, Inception is actually another example of a film that I wouldn't say it has a terrible story, but story is not really the point of Inception. Its story score is fine. It's the gameplay score of Inception that kind of nails it, right? I have heard some people argue the same thing about... oh god, what's the name of that reverse time film? I can't think of the name of it. I actually really don't like the film. Tenet. Thank you. Tenet. I would actually argue Tenet actually does have a pretty bad gameplay score at several points. But in other scenes, they do some really cool stuff. So that's kind of whatever.
I was becoming a regular visitor to St. Stephen's, and nobody had smited me so far. Still, there's a first time for everything. I had to figure out what Onda's deal was, and I did not expect her to be pleased about it.
Doctor Strange 1 and 2, really, are both examples of movies with very high gameplay score. Congrats, first of all, on the move. And on 2 years of rent pay, that is awesome. Congrats. And thank you for sharing. I will jot that down if you give me a moment for Grim Fandango, DBZ Kakarot, and RNC3, your arsenal. Several MCU films tend to be pretty high gameplay. That's been true since, honestly, Iron Man 1. Now, the MCU films that have high story and gameplay, those are the good ones, my opinion.
What do you want?
That's a interesting sentence.
About Misty.
What about her?
How much did she tell you?
Not much at all. She was scared. Someone had done something real bad to her. Between you and me, I think she took the embrace badly. Messed up her mind. It happens. I guess she's moved on. Sometimes I think I hear her, or catch a shadow of her. She's out there in the city somewhere, trying to keep that child safe. You know it'll never be born. Those two will be together forever.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I try, Ozunix. I fail, but I try.
How did you join the Camarilla? Not easy for one of your clan.
True enough. It's what you'd expect. New lick in town gotta prove their worth. The prince set me a task, well, his sire did. And that opened my eyes as to how this city works. Believe me.
Might I ask what that task was?
Guess you just did. But it's between me and Lou Graham. And it's done now, so shouldn't concern you.
Fair enough. I was just wondering. This your place now?
Sure, I guess. Since Father Macmillan passed on. I'm sure some official will notice and shut it down. But for now, someone has to keep the lights burning.
Well, I'll leave you to your brooding.
Uh-huh.
So you mean having to buy more and more stuff? The paradox problem, Madman Robbie? So the 1939 Wizard of Oz film, I don't want to say is a bad film. I've never been impressed by it, and I haven't watched it in about probably 10, 15 years at this point. It's certainly a record setter in several ways, and there were certainly some very... So, okay, the film geek in me is more interested in Wizard of Oz for how much precedence it set for establishing safety laws and regulations for filmmaking. It's actually in a similar boat with Ben-Hur, if you're familiar with that. Both movies did some really, really unsafe stuff with regards to the construction of the film, because there was no regulatory board to be like, hey, you can't just go and use paint that's going to cause people issues. So, yeah, it was a rough production, is what we're going to call that. And that's the nicest way I could possibly put that. But as far as the film itself, I mean, I'm familiar with it, obviously. I've watched it, obviously. And there's a Hillbrick Road.
Interesting. This hadn't been used in a while. Come to think of it, I hadn't heard the bells for a long time. Out of services?
Oh, God, the asbestos snow. Oh, you're talking about the conceit, Madman Robbie. That's actually a good question, and you're right, it absolutely applies here. I actually talked about this yesterday. I know you've been in and out, but to rehash my statement briefly, when you have that kind of a conceit, those conceits, yeah, it's the suspension of disbelief. They do not make sense. And the question is, how much do they not make sense? So we've got the Masquerade in a Vampire the Masquerade game, right? So yeah, the mass grave in the atrium is certainly a little eyebrow-raising, but I'd say that's only up to the line for me personally. By contrast, let's assume for a moment, let's use a made-up situation. Let's say that someone was running out into the streets and openly just biting people in front of God and everybody. and then leaping away up the buildings and hiding under the catwalks in order to avoid detection periodically. That might actually violate my suspension of disbelief with regard to the Masquerade itself, because the conceit is something that it's something we're all here to. Like, we've all bought in, we've all paid the ante, we're all here at the table. But the more you violate it, the more you violate the logic of it, the worse it gets, right? Yeah, the Earth is hollow and nobody notices. Just go with it. Just go with it. It depends on execute. It's always going to be case by case. It's always going to be case by case. So far, I have only seen the one thing which has bothered me in this game, and it is the fact that the Masquerade mechanic itself is terribly implemented and barely matters. That's been the big suspension of disbelief violator for me personally.
Hello there, Mr. Pointy. Gotta say, I am not accustomed to talking to cutlery.
Ha! Cutlery? I was made to take a life, not to butter bread.
Whoa! Okay, I get it, I'm sorry. So, have you killed lots of people?
Look at me, detective. Well-honed steel, well-sharpened, polished, oiled. The stains around the hilt are my marks of glory. When I sink into an opponent, I bite deep. They will remember me for the rest of their life.
Which is presumably pretty short. Do you have an owner?
Not an owner, but a partner who wields me in our assignations. Together, we have slain many.
I was kinda hoping for a name.
There is a scent associated with me, is there not? An aromatic fragrance like jasmine, with just a touch of melted tallow. It is not unfamiliar, huh?
You're right there. That's Onda. Not a surprise. Wonder why she's not carrying you. I gotta ask, though, why did Onda put you here?
You can only speculate, detective, for I have been used, and in recent memory. She does not want me found, no. Perhaps there is a secret associated with me, or a guilt. Or perhaps she is scared of me.
So, what has Onda used you for recently?
Parting flesh, detective. The cutting of mortal meat and the severing of bone. I am no cheese knife.
Oh, I can smell that. Blood. And recent, too. There's something more here, isn't there? Guilt. You reek of it. Yeah, I need to concentrate. Why do I sense guilt, my wicked little friend? It is so strong.
A blade cuts. A blade makes no judgment. But the wielder...
This is deep. Deeper than my guesswork. I can almost see.
I bite down through skin, through flesh, through thin and brittle bone. I sever. A cry of agony. Stumps spurt crimson as 2 fingers roll loose onto the tabletop. Twice more. Bang, bang! The joints crack and digits fall away. White and scarlet. Ruined. Irreparable. Our victim sobs in pain and fear, pleading with his Lady Maria for an end to the suffering. I am raised to strike again!
Oh, that was something. A vision worthy of Gideon. And... wait. Lady Maria? He's pleading to Holy Mary. Onda killed the priest?
I am a knife. I cannot answer that. But that does fit what you sense, detective.
That was her price for joining the Camarilla. Lou never did get along with the clergy. I'll bet anything she was behind this.
Thanks, Mr. Pointy. May you never get rusty.
Was that all there was to it? I had a feeling there was something else. But this was probably enough for Tali.
No, Madman Robbie, how's that one work? Hello, Zeros. Good evening. So Jalix asks, when is game logic an acceptable answer? So as always, case by case is the answer to your question, but let me give you 2 examples of this. In Final Fantasy VI, I'm not going to ding the fact that South Figaro, which is supposed to be a sprawling city-state and subservient vassal to the Figaro Kingdom, is like 6 screens big. Because that's for game reason, right? That is a game thing. Game logic is the reason why that works. And indeed, if the city actually was colossally huge, that would probably be a bad thing. We've actually already encountered a game where the cities were too big and it was irritating. Cough, cough, Daggerfall. So, yeah, Daggerfall would be my counterexample. But actually, the example I was going to go with was Warcraft 3. Now, I love Warcraft 3 a lot. It's a fantastic game. But it has this really bad habit of being so gameplay focused that some of the events that happen, some of the stuff that you do, some of basic things like geography or size or physics or whatever, just don't make any sense given the fact that the story contradicts the gameplay. We call it gameplay and story segregation. So that's a good example of a time when the game logic is no longer an acceptable answer, and it's officially like, okay, this is ridiculous.
There was another thing.
Make it fast.
I know you killed the priest.
You do, huh?
That's what Lou asked for. You killed him, took off his fingers, and gave him to Lou. Very medieval.
Sure, I killed Father Macmillan. So what?
You okay with that?
With what? Killing a mortal? Killing a man of God? Why would I care? It paid my dues, and that's all that matters.
I'll see you later.
Uh-huh.
That sounds like it did bother you and you did care, but I'm not here to pry.
I certainly had the goods on Onda. What was next? I still had to figure out what...
Okay, but blah, 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 blah.
I poked her... What's going on with Patience's art? Silky's regular trips out of town needed investigating.
Anyways, to use a similar example, cities is actually a really good example because if we just talked about Daggerfall, some games do a lot to try and make their cities feel big because they have a lot of density to them, or because they use visual tricks or other stylistic things, or have plenty of stuff to interact with that make it feel like the city is bigger. One of my personal examples of that, one of my favorite examples of that concept is Oblivion. Oblivion has, let's be honest, extremely small cities, especially considering those are supposed to be these giant, sprawling cityscapes of doom. But there's a lot of work and effort done to make them a little bit more reasonable, make it so that you can kind of believe that Cheydinhal is Cheydinhal, or that Coral is Coral, or whatever. And again, there's lots of stuff there. There's lots of quests, lots of NPCs, lots of interactables, tons of doodad design, tons of visual design that's trying to sell the illusion. It's the set, right? You're watching the play, and people have put up a bunch of stuff on the set to make it so that you can buy the fact that that's actually a city street instead of just a bunch of cardboard. To use another wonderful example, that Starfield failed at the exact same concept. Because, good God, a lot of the cities, I admit I wasn't a big fan of Imperial City. But a lot of the city, all of the cities really, in Starfield are just... Just go watch the Starfield run. I actually spent, like, I swear, an entire session, one whole stream, just smashing the cities because they were so badly designed in Starfield. I don't even want to get into it again. It was extremely bad on every level, and it failed. It failed at convincing me that cardboard was actually a city. Skyrim bounces back and forth. Some of the cities in Skyrim are actually pretty well designed. Some of them very much are not. That's kind of a mixed bag there. Morrowind? I'm not sure about Morrowind. We'll get back to that when we get there. Now, Night City in Cyberpunk. We actually talked about that one playing Starfield as well. Night City does a lot to convince you that it's much bigger than it is. And it's actually really impressive. The city of Night City deserves many positives for the design of it. Holy crap. There's some verticality, there's some sprawl. They use a lot of tricks with perspectives and buildings and tons and tons and tons of moving parts to make you feel like it is, in fact, a city. GTA cities, so those tend to vary as well. For example, GTA 3 and 4 and Vice City, all of those, the entire game is the city. And so they do a pretty good job with it because the whole open world is just the city. However, if I can be honest, there are two GTA games. Is that real life or the game? That's the game. San Andreas and 5, I think, are the two GTAs that do the best job of tricking you into the fact that that's a city. And I think at least part of that is due to the parts of the world that are not a city. That contrast helps. When you get out and you see this giant open sprawling plains versus when you get into San Andreas itself, the contrast continues the illusion, for lack of a better way to put it. And of course, the city itself has tremendous amounts of design to it, and there's tons and tons and tons. I could talk about the specifics and the nitty-gritty details, but you get the idea. True, Talia. But yeah. Oh god, yeah, the ride into San Fierro is actually a really good sequence of that game. It's also pretty much one of the last really good parts of San Andreas. Anyways. Oh god, I'm stuck. Oh god, there we go.
So what was Silky up to when he went out for a hike? I doubted he'd tell me.
You know, I just realized that we're at a point where the game really should be, like, wrapping up, and instead we're doing fetch quests. Did you catch that?
Here to brighten our shared journey?
I was wondering about your out-of-town trips.
Were you? And what were you wondering?
Can I tag along?
Some things are not for sharing. At any rate, not with you, my friend.
Fair enough. I'll keep your secret. You can trust me.
He who guards his mouth preserves his life, so shut yours, Fabian.
I gotta go.
Be well, detective.
I didn't see the need.
Ugh, I need food. Yeah, this is just another Fabian section, and while I do like the Fabian sections, they haven't developed at all. That's a good way to put that. You know, one type of gameplay story segregation that really bothers me, Jalix Brown? This is just a personal thing. Okay, so, time to fight a boss. Okay. Oh, I did it. I brought the boss down. Phew. Okay, the cutscene starts, and one of two things happens. Either they shrug it off as if the battle didn't even happen, which irritates me, or, like, we then see someone else fighting someone, and the battle is just one-shotting them. There's no battle, there's no fight, there's no HP. They just show up, and they're like, BAM! And they're dead. And it's like, but I need blood. Can I eat you? Hey, you. Can I eat you? I cannot. Okay. I guess I have to go to my designated blood bags.
Hey, this... Ooh, bliss as always, old friend. You...
Yeah, how much sequential boss fights bothers me varies. It was actually one of my bigger complaints about FF16, is that we'd have an extended boss fight, which is usually pretty long. And then there'd be a cutscene, then we'd have another extended boss fight with the same boss, then we'd have a third one, then we'd have a fourth one. And somewhere along the line, I'm like, why is this still going on? And what's worse is the final boss fight doesn't feel any different than the previous ones, but that's the one that sticks for some reason.
Detective, Good to see you.
Sure you won't tell me? I got some...
Come back any time.
Nope, I had nothing to say.
Hey there. Thought you wouldn't be in tonight. What changed?
Oh, I swapped shifts.
Sammy didn't tell me, but if you're here, you're here. Sammy said you had trouble Thursday night. Anything I need to know?
No problem, boss. We dealt with it.
Well, that's good. So what do you need from me?
You got another out of town coming up?
Oh shit, yeah, it's nearly the 20th. You just reminded me. Can you pick up a package? It's at Wake the Dead. Amelia will have it ready. Just say it's the monthly one, for me.
Sure thing, boss.
This was probably a good time to leave.
And yeah, like, the feeding mechanics, frankly, don't need to exist for Fabian stuff. In fact, I would say the powers don't need to exist for Fabian stuff. I hate to argue for less interaction in a game.
Then, I suppose, to remove an item from her premises. The last time I'd done that, she wasn't best pleased.
I hate to argue for less gameplay in a game, but honestly, the gameplay isn't. It's first of all, going and feeding is just padding. Pure padding. Second of all, every single interaction with using the powers in order to progress a story arc, that is to say a conversation, just means hitting the button to advance the conversation. And as we've discussed before, that's not gameplay. There's no gameplay involved if you have to hit a specific button to progress, and there's no penalty for hitting the wrong button. Yeah, exactly, Madman Robbie. It is literally an extended cutscene. Now, that's fine if you want to have an extended cutscene, and that's my point. If they stripped the gameplay out completely, I'd probably have less issues with it. The fact that they are pretending that there's gameplay here is the problem. If they had real gameplay here, that would be awesome. But they don't. And here we are.
So here I was, about to try to persuade Mrs. Thorne to let me get a look at Silky's package.
Did you have to phrase it that way?
Well?
If this game was just Fabian stuff, it would have scored better, yeah. It still would have some issues, but it would absolutely score better. Also, while I'm on the subject, a Fabian game where there's, like, real choice gameplay. Like, I was just praising Planescape Torment for having really good choice gameplay. Dragon Age Origins would be another good example of a game that has pretty solid choice gameplay. Baldur's Gate 3 is a more recent example. All of those games have really solid gameplay to the choice system, right? That plus Fabian equals something I would want to play. But yeah, Dakota is correct. If it was just this, minus the Elder sections, it would be much more of a nothing burger. I'd still enjoy several aspects of the story, because Fabian's story is interesting. But it would be far less negatives.
I'm here to pick something up. An order. For Silky. He says it's the usual monthly one.
Interesting. You're not one of his usual.
No,
And given he gave me a heartfelt request not to share his private life with members of the court...
He asked me to do it.
I doubt that. In any case, no. The customer's order stays with me.
I'll be back.
So this is exactly what I was talking about. So now I have to do the exact same thing again, with the exact same power.
I wanted to collect Silky's special order for this month.
Oh, you do you?
Just to be, hang on, to be very clear about this, let's be clear about this. So the way the magic system works in this is you have your 4 abilities. Each of them actually kind of have their own mana points. As Fabian, you only have 1 point each ability. So once you use it, you cannot use that ability again until you feed again. I had to use ability number 2 in order to talk to Silky immediately before this. Once I did talk to him, that blood point is spent. Now, if you were paying attention, I made a point of going and feeding right afterwards. If I hadn't, I would have reached this point, and I would have had to use ability number 2 to progress. It is mandatory that I immediately intercede these events by going and feeding again, just so I can hit the button to progress. And I cannot use the wrong power. It will not actually let me. So there's no choice here whatsoever. I can't decide to use this power to talk my way through it, this power to deceive my way through it, this power to read her thoughts, or this power in order to try and, obfuscate. The only option I have is the one power the game is designing for this encounter. And if I fail, which I will now do on purpose...
Look, can I just get it? I'm in a hurry.
I've a mind to stave your head in with a book stamp. Silky should have taught you that respect isn't... Oh! Get out of my shop, Malkavian, before I remove your skin.
I was practicing a play.
And so now, I still have the mana. You notice it didn't even cast it. It's in the lower right there. So you see I still have the mana, and all I do is recast it.
Hi there. I wanted to collect...
And it's the exact same dialogue.
Oh, you do, dude.
There's no gameplay here. If I pick the wrong action, all I have to do is try again until I pick the right one. There's no consequence for failure whatsoever. It doesn't do anything. It's non-existent.
Was it that detective? He's been asking questions, bugging Silky.
Indeed, little toe rag. Given the outside interest, can you confirm the details of the order?
The boss wouldn't want me to know.
Someone who follows orders. How novel. Here is the package. Tell Simeon that another such volume will be waiting for him in 28 days, as agreed.
Thanks. I'll make sure he gets it. Huh. So every 28 days, Silky headed out of town with a different book in his hands. A gift for someone. Only Silky knew. But this would be enough for Tali.
Now, what Sub-Zero is saying, probably jokingly, would actually make this game worse. Because consequences for failure are not inherently
I had what I needed on Silky, I guess. Okay then, onwards. I still had to figure out what was going on with Patience's art.
are not inherently a good thing. There is such a thing as bad penalty for failure.
Kids to look after?
I need to feed again really quick, speaking of which. Imagine if I had to wander all the way down the road, feed with someone, then go back, then talk to her again every single time. That would actually be worse, if we're being honest with ourselves, because that would add tremendous padding to it. Once again, that's not even really penalty for failure. That's just, Imagine you're sitting down playing D&D for a moment. I know, hard to imagine. And you have to go and... Every time you fail a dice roll, you have to walk up, go outside, and run around the block before you can do it again. Well, that might do something for your exercise. That's not great for the gameplay. Yeah, exactly, Sub-Zero. It's not a true penalty. It's just time wasting. And yes, Fabian has no animation for eating. He also can't do things like jump or slide or... Oh, he can crouch, never mind. But he can't slide. Can't attack. Can't do anything.
Here we were.
Fabian does have
a appraisal of Patience's artwork for Tali. At least it wasn't Isabella. With Patience not around, this seemed a good moment to indulge in a little art appreciating. Patience was good, I think. But I was no expert. No. I was a man of simple tastes, and this looked complex. Ooh, not my taste. Hey there. What do I even call you?
How about I call you Clatterjack? Resonates with your spiny look. Anyway, tell me about you.
I am the Reaper of the Forsaken, the Forgotten, the Consumer of the Husks of the Lost.
Oh? That's nice. Tell me about you, Clatterjack. What's the general vibe?
I weld. I snarl. I enmesh. I am the fusion of the dead and the never-living. My wings are clipped. My eyes are bound. I am chained. And so I rage.
That, isn't good. Patience is having a bad time right now. I can see that.
First of all, hi, Arm Devil. Second of all, I hate to disagree with you, but I actually think he's one of the best written Malkavians I've seen in recent memory. He's talking to an object that he himself is voicing as a way to divine power, abilities. Or he's using his ability to divine truth from it, right? But the way he goes about that is he talks to it. Like, listen, it's the same actor playing the thing.
What exactly are you made of?
Chains and iron, rope and tool, blade and bone. I spear, I cut, I split, I bite.
You do, don't you? And a skull right at the center. More bone, obviously. That is interesting. What's your purpose? Why did Patience choose to make you?
The art cannot speak of the artist.
Well, you're restarting a long history of arguments about art criticism right there, buddy. Let's stick with what I can figure out.
I am an expression of the truth of those that are forced to be animate, but do not live.
Yeah, I guess that's blatantly obvious. I thought there might be more to it.
I am power and rage and force in chains, and if unleashed, I will tear down my tormentors and destroy those that have me fettered.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I just don't know if that's figurative or if you could really, jump up and flap around. Any supernatural stuff going on here? Let me just concentrate a little.
Power. There is power in these bones. Heat is sequestered in this metal.
There is, isn't there? And what's more?
The skull. It screams in form and in function.
Yeah, there is something about that skull. I want a quick look at your noggin, Clatterjack. Don't mind me. Now, I know this is stating the obvious, but, you've got fangs. You've got fangs. Well, they're fake for sure, but that's the trick. Because underneath, you really are the bones of a kindred, aren't you? My. Have we met before?
Thin ice, Malkavian.
What the vajazzling fuck do you think you're doing, Fabian? Appreciating the art doesn't mean sticking your fucking fingers into it.
It is exactly what it looks like.
Uh-huh. God damn you. If you moved anything by an inch, I'll fucking... Wait. Why are you here?
Just looking. It's real good, Patience. I mean it. The skull. Right there in the center. That does draw your attention. Where did you get it?
Yeah. Quite a thing, ain't it? Every found object has its story.
Uh-huh. And do you know it?
Not yet, but it's starting to talk to me.
In a necromantic, I want to control you way?
That would be cool, but no.
So whose is it? Where did it come from?
Honestly, I don't know who it is. I wish I did. Old Bonehead must have one hell of a story. As to where it came from, that's my business. Nico's not my only source. People here know my tastes.
Huh. Even if I couldn't figure out who Old Bonehead was, I knew Tolly would want to know where the skull came from, or who gave it to Patience. You're really not gonna tell me where you got the skull?
Why is it so important to you?
I'm worried it was someone I knew.
Yeah, I guess you've seen a lot of people pass through in your 100 years. Old Bonehead is telling me the shape it wants to be. Maybe when it's finished you'll recognize who it was, maybe not. Let's leave that one to the art.
Tali wouldn't let me get away without something more. What was Patience's source?
I'll leave you to it, Patience.
Yeah, you do that, Crumplestiltskin.
Yes, this is now once again the time to
I thought I was on the right line.
do this again.
Have a peek, shall we? Oh. Don't want to give up Katsumi's name. She's a good supplier. Thanks for the help. Katsumi was the supplier. I decided not to let on to Patience that I knew it.
In answer to something someone had said in chat, sometimes we will use our psychometry on a corpse, and in that case, the actor for that character will voice them. But in every other case, whenever it's an object, it's actually been the Fabian actor doing the job. Where's the prices? You've mentioned the prices twice now, Madman Robbie. I even checked last time I was in here, but like, there's no prices that I see for the TVs. Am I blind? Am I stupid? I cannot read that at all, but I don't see a 5 or a 0 on it. Fabian's talking to himself. He's actually casting psychometry or whatever it's called.
That was Patience ticked off Tali's list. That was it then. Time to head back to the sacred guardian of the elevator doors.
Here, I don't freeze. You.
Well,
Now, go. I moved to Seattle to get away from murder like this.
Yeah, the MP5s were there too. Good morning, Bregman. And yeah, the filing cabinet which was flirting with him was him. But I actually think it's one of the more clever things of the game. The usage of how they do his psychometry is fantastic. Speaking of which, did I already give that positive? Double check myself. Nope, I did not. And yeah, it's made pretty clear that he's not deriving too much from it that you couldn't determine without like a really thorough like look through. Like if you were just very, very attentive. Okay, so we've done the pointless fetch quest. Can we get on with this, please?
Been having fun?
I figured out what was going on with Onda.
Oh, yes? Do tell.
She killed the priest at St. Stephen's, at Lou's orders, although they were passed down by Campbell.
Poor Father Macmillan? What a shame, but that tracks. Funny, I got the idea there was something more to it. But thank you, Detective.
I've got something on Silky.
And what has our favorite chunky chew toy been up to?
He goes out into the woods every 28 days, like clockwork. I'm pretty sure he's trying to teach the animals, reading to them, philosophy books.
Putting Descartes before the horse and other critters, huh? Neato. Anyway, Detective, that's a start. I've been looking for a line on him for a while. Every little bit helps.
I know about Patience artwork.
Great! So will it animate and wreak vengeance on internet critics?
No, but it does have a really interesting skull in the middle of it. Kindred.
Aha! Whose?
Not sure, but I can tell it has power. Patience got it via Katsumi, so it's anyone's guess.
It is worth buying a ticket to that exhibition, isn't it? Maybe I'll watch from the balcony. I do declare you've filled my cup with gossip. Good work. Now you have an appointment with an elevator. I'll catch you later. People to see, thumbscrews to apply.
The basement button doesn't do anything. God damn it. This machine needs a stern talking to. Basement, please.
Oh, are you sure, sir? Lou Graham's penthouse is your usual destination.
Do not go up. Up is bad.
No one's been down there for a while. There's nothing interesting in the lower levels. Indeed, I'd go so far as to say that your request is unusual, even ill-advised.
I gotta fix the boiler.
Of course, sir. But I just wanted to check since the downward mechanism is a little corroded and the upward mechanism is in good repair. Would you be upset if I took you to the penthouse after all?
I would be upset. Very upset. Like, complaining to the manager upset?
The basement is unmaintained and there's a strange odor. I am told the penthouse is lovely. You are certain?
Oh, you want I should give you a little maintenance? With an axe?
Of course, sir. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Exhibit A.
Now to see if Sophia's theory was right. Was this the closet where Lou kept her skeletons, or just a pile of junk? I don't know what was worse. The idea that Lou turned her enemies to stone, or the idea that she had angels for enemies?
Once again, angels do exist in this setting, although I don't think they really do much.
Huh. Lou was never a writer, but she did have that pet one back in the 40s. The guy with the hairy hands. My buddy Willem had one of these. Always talking about that one song. The old romantic.
Oh man, Maple Blood? Ooh.
Huh. Classical, but didn't this look just like one of Lou's hangers-on back in the 50s? What was her name? Oh, I remember this. The politician. Thought he was untouchable, then these figures turned up at bars all across the state. No one took him seriously after that. Oh my, those eyeglasses were mighty familiar. I thought I knew what they were, but I needed to have a proper word with them.
Hello, Fabian, my boy.
Oh, I was right. Sophia was right. And here, in this place, it was Lou Graham.
A prince full of guilt and a man who can read her poker face. I'd say you're on the money. Good work, detective. Now go get your man.
So, from my understanding, Kane's story is vague on purpose. So we don't know exactly what happened with him. Just that he's the first vampire, and other specifics are... Lilith might be involved. Might not even exist. And... yeah, there's a couple of ehs in the backstory, on purpose from what I understand, to give the storytellers more room. So I'm just gonna look the ground here for a second. No reason. So... what I find funny is how many people push back against the idea that it was Kane in VTMB1. But let's be clear, it was Kane. Yes, and I like it, and I wish they did it more, Evo. An honest-to-goodness 1920s noir, you know, roaring 20s vampire game sounds awesome. This is, of course, set in 2024 or 5, I forget which. So it doesn't quite managed the same way.
It was time to take my evidence to Prince Campbell. Time to reveal that Lou was the original rebar killer.
Dramatic pause. Or dramatic dun dun dun? What do you call the dun dun dun? Other than the dun dun dun.
Fabian, any progress on our copycat?
Not really, but I think I have a lead on a cold case.
You always have been behind the curve, Detective, but go on. What have you got?
You remember the early 20s? When we lost Rosalind, Hector, Isaac, and Gideon to the rebar killer?
I remember.
We never did find Gideon's body, but I know who whacked him. Who whacked all of them.
And you don't think it's Santiago, am I right?
This is difficult, Mr. Campbell, but you need to hear this. Lou Graham staked Gideon, and I have the receipts to prove it. Gideon's glasses.
I see. Your evidence is a pair of spectacles. If we had a justice system, I'd love to see you call them in court. And what do you expect me to do?
You're the prince! You're supposed to enforce the laws and the traditions. Lou broke the rules. She faked Santiago, committed the rebar murders. She wiped out half her own court.
Do you think I haven't heard this kind of wild theory before?
Well,
from you, specifically? I suppose it's your nature to rake over old coals.
Wait, no, this is a breakthrough.
No, Detective, it's old news. Just pay attention. You have no suspect in the old rebar killings.
Wow. How many times do you think we've solved this?
Yes, I have no suspect in the old rebar killings.
You do not know who destroyed Gideon.
I do not know who destroyed Gideon.
The case is closed.
The case is closed. I guess.
Do go ahead, Detective. This is fascinating.
The killer is not Kindred. A witness heard him breathing heavily.
A mortal, do you think? Or some other kind of monster?
Perhaps a ghoul? They'd breathe like a mortal, but they'd have an edge.
Ah, yes. That is a distinct possibility.
The killer is incredibly strong. He can twist off a head with his bare hands.
Indeed. And this points to...
It would fit with a ghoul. They can be enhanced by the blood they drink. If their donor was powerful enough, they could be strong.
The net closes.
They killed Marlowe well before dusk. The killer can walk in the daytime.
You've already said they're not kindred, so that's no surprise.
Huh. Yeah. The killer spirited Gideon away. He's a difficult man to carry, and he'd be alert to anyone who had, bad thoughts.
Perhaps. Unless the killer had a very strong mind, of course.
The killer is into crosses. The same symbol left at every killing.
And the same rebar decoration. What does that mean to you?
Our guy loves theatrics, set dressing, to provoke fear.
Or to misdirect, of course.
Of course. I was pretty sure I wouldn't be getting out of this. I'm not sure Santiago exists. I think he's a myth, made up to misdirect us. I couldn't find anyone who'd seen him, or any evidence of the attacks in the other cities. I think he's a story. A piece of flim-flam.
Ah, devilish. I think you're right. But who invented him, and why? So, let's sum up. The killer is strong-minded. They are not kindred, perhaps a ghoul, loves to myth-make, to misdirect, to point away from the obvious. So, what's your conclusion? Who is the Rebar killer, Detective?
I think it's you, Lou Graham. You used a fire to destroy your sire, and took on the guise of a mortal hunter to destroy your rivals.
Oh, now, that does feel like a good theory, but I'm kindred, Fabian. And you keep saying this is a mortal.
Oh, right. Well, in that case...
Campbell. It's obvious. A powerful ghoul with a powerful mind, working for you. Together, you faked the whole Santiago idea, making it look like an outside threat. Taking the head off your dearest sister and then crying crocodile tears? The two of you did this together, to clear out your rivals, because you could never share power, not in the long term. Campbell is the Rebar killer, but you're the one in charge.
Oh, delightful. Oh, well done, Fabian. For a moment, I didn't think you'd get there. I think everyone else suspects. They're just too timid to mention it. So, what have we learned here?
That Campbell's a tool. And what's worse, he's your tool.
Oh, no. No, Fabian. What we've learned is you have no suspect in the Rebar killings.
Yes, I have no suspect in the Rebar killings.
The case is closed.
The case is closed.
There. Isn't that better?
Okay, well, that was interesting.
So you did solve the case?
Seems I did. And it seems Campbell and Lou took that from me. And those were not the only times. Thunder and blazes, how often has this happened? I thought Gideon was sending the dreams, but he's gone now. I need to mull this over. I know Sophia said she'd like to see us later, but in the meantime, Ryong expects us. And Lou, apparently.
Yeah, that was probably one of the better sequences in the entire game, really. That was exactly as horrifying and messed up and, like, accurate.
I guess our prince awaits.
As it should be. So Savicom asks, what's our goal? I'm going to be completely honest with you. Other than solving the case, which has honestly been kind of a side thing, I guess there's the mystery of our mark, but even that's also been kind of a side thing. I would go so far as to say that I don't feel there is actually a main plot in this game. Let me explain that a little bit differently. This feels like multiple main plots that have been kind of slammed into each other. Probably because that's almost exactly what it is. And it also feels like they might have been going for like more of a day of the life kind of a thing, which doesn't really need a main plot. But they also had a main plot, or two, or three, and all of them are just kind of there alongside it. I don't know. I mostly just think we're running into the same production issue problems we've been running into the entire game. I know, right? A Malkavian PI is trying to solve a case he's solved who knows how many times. The fact that he solved it in the 20s says a lot about how many times we've solved this stupid case.
Fire.
You asked to meet, my prince.
I did. Have you found Baker?
Not yet.
I still have hunters running around my city. That's gonna be a problem.
And you think I am at fault for embracing Baker?
I can't discount that. Yet. Tali spotted a group scoping out the glacier. It looked like he'd have to get involved. Until something else drew their attention. Top prize for guessing what that could be. Maybe this child of yours had an effect.
I want something in return.
For doing your job? You already have Sophia and the kindred I tasked to give you aid. Still, it's not as if I'm ungrateful. I'll think about it.
Humor me a moment. Say we leave these hunters be.
Que sera, sera, right? Can't say I've not considered it. But you don't know what Lou's capable of. If she found out, just a single fuck-up, we shouldn't even be talking about this. With the Anarch situation, for better or worse, we need our cord at full strength. Don't mention this again.
I will take care of this. Where can I find these hunters?
We had reports of them near the Aurora pawn shop. Nico was particularly agitated. He wanted to talk to you. I don't need to spell out how bad it would be if they took anyone for questioning. They'd give us up in a single, absent heartbeat. And I couldn't even blame them. Still, try to prevent any unnecessary loss. Wouldn't want to give them more reason. I look forward to your report.
Okay.
Hunter spotted out near Aurora Pawn. Good thing you came clean about Baker. Reckon she's the reason the hunters never made it to the glacier? We should speak to Nico.
I mean, yeah, I'm with Madman Robbie. We kind of bypassed the Dominate. Stronger in general and almost assuredly an earlier generation. Can you give an example, Jelix Brown? Of what would qualify as metaplay? Yeah, I don't think the game is complex enough to allow for any of these stat covering things that probably should exist. Let's just put it that way.
Christmas again this year.
You have been busy, Dad. First the Sabbat, and now the IAO. The arm of the law is long, is it not?
They tell me you have a problem.
Oh, my friend, what have you been up to? I did not expect you to send me such a stray. Be very careful. In my back office.
My thanks. Take care, Nico.
Baker? Now I get it.
So you escaped your companions.
I can feel them. I can taste them. I can sense them with every part of me. They burn like stars. They smell like prey. But you left me to them. To my own men. They could have destroyed me.
It is unfortunate and regrettable. As a Ventru, you are entitled to grander beginnings. But it was necessary, in your case. Some in the court know of your existence, but we need to be careful. Given that many would take your head, your survival is still in the balance. I understand your troops learned of the glacier. You led them here instead.
To the slaughter. Men who used to trust me. Who had lives, who had families.
Don't worry, your humanity will fade.
Do you regret your decision?
No.
Good.
But I wish I did. I wish I was that person. The steadfast agent they think I was. Someone who was brave enough to die. So, what now, my sire?
Now, the IAO will still investigate Seattle. We both know that. But you know how your old masters think, how they talk. You will make use of this.
Now's your chance, Fire. If you're gonna point this gun.
Oh, let's point it at Lou. Screw Lou.
Be careful. Seek out your opportunity. Build your strength. But when you are prepared, make sure Glacier Hotel is destroyed and the spider that lurks at its summit does not escape. Destroy Lou Graham.
Oh, that's one hell of a thing.
I understand. I can do that.
Very good, child. Now disappear as best you can, and do not look back. Perhaps years from now we shall meet, under different circumstances. Until then, I wish you good night, Mother Hen.
Just Latoya.
Then farewell, Latoya. I should report back to Ryong.
And tell her what? That you have a secret child? That you just effectively doomed her sire? This is quite the pickle.
Yeah, that is kind of an odd decision, Madman Robbie. I'm curious how many endings this game has, and if I'm being honest, I'm vaguely surprised this game even has multiple endings. Just give it up. It's doing that thing again. Listen to that. I need to finish this game. I swear to God, the game is falling apart as I'm playing it. It's like riding a bicycle which is being held together by duct tape. It's gonna fall apart at one point or another, right? Eight or 9 would still put us pretty solidly above Lou, I'm pretty sure, so that makes sense. And of course, Campbell would be one below Lou.
Fire. Any updates on the IAO and Glacier?
I found Baker and instructed her. You can look forward to a little more independence in the coming nights.
Don't say another word. But between us, well done. The child can live. Our burden seems lightened. Good work. Now, before you go, I want to talk to you quickly about your plans. Once this Mark business is resolved, I'll be honest, this court is stronger with you in it. I'd prefer if you stayed.
I'll debate it.
It is funny. Usually I hear the call to leave, to travel somewhere else. But not now. Not here.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. We can talk through the specifics some other time. I shouldn't keep you from your duties. Have a good rest of the night, Fire.
I suppose all that remains now is to check in on Lou Graham.
5 endings. Wow, that's way more than I was expecting.
Gotta say, going to beard the monster in her den isn't top of my list, but let's get it out of the way.
Admittedly, I had the same general thought, Madman Robbie. I was just intrigued by the idea.
What do you suppose the old bird's after now? Oh, play it careful over any accusations. We only have my memory to go on.
I mean, she could try to do anything to us and fail miserably. I'm weakened, not dead. Like, I'm sorry. Lose nothing to me.
Ah, well now.
How can I be of assistance?
Always so obliging. I've been thinking about my big return. Seattle has changed so much these past decades. Funny to think that you should know my city better than even I.
Oh, I'm not laughing at you, Talia. I'm just... It's been one night. It's literally been one night, and she's immediately planning to take the city back. Like, what was it, 40 years locked up in here? Doing Spice Wars, System, Shock, R, and Quan Masters. Appreciate you, Tully. As always. And by Tully, I mean Tully, yeah. Because I am terrible and stupid. Let's see here. I'm gonna go strong.
Then perhaps it is not your city, but mine.
Oh, darling, please, don't jest. It suits you about as well as a hive suits couture. Tell me honestly, forget for a moment that Ryong is my child and I her sire. Do you think she's a good prince?
She has a sharp mind, strong instincts, and a firm grip.
Is that all it takes these days?
Have I displeased you?
No, dear. It was just a question. I want to walk my streets, bathe in their lamplight, hear my footfalls on the rain-silvered asphalt. I long to hunt again. I'm sure you heard I had to let go of the flea-ridden stray. My first real foray will require a little more scaffolding, as it were. Something you, as sheriff, will facilitate.
Okay.
Naturally. My services are at your disposal. Whatever you require.
See? This is why I can count on you. You will scout for me. I need eyes on possible hunting grounds. I prefer to inspect the menu before I dine. I'm in the mood for a young female. And since I feel a newfound spring in my step, perhaps someone a little more effervescent. High-spirited. Decadent. Oh, positively lustful. I'm thinking black sheep of an old money dynasty. Oh, still bankrolled by the father she renounces into her third Friday night Cabernet.
There's a thing. We know a blood doll of that vintage. Coincidence?
That is extravagant even by Ventru standards.
Darling, have some imagination. Don't let me hold you up. I'm positively famished. Just find me a likely spot. And Fire, I want you to know, your service has been noted. Keep it up.
So in a word, what she wants is Verona. And I have an inkling where we'll find the girl.
Where?
The closest thing she has to home. The last place she was truly happy. Atrium.
Lou strikes me as someone who's a little bit more competent and probably more powerful than LaCroix. But otherwise, yeah. Oh my god, that delay. Yeah, true, Dakota. They haven't done a lot of legwork.
I don't know about this, Fire.
Need I remind you that finding Verona was your suggestion?
I know. It's only... Look, the closer we get, the more I find myself... wondering. It'd be throwing a guinea pig to a lion.
Nothing is decided yet.
I mean, yeah, it was a narrative point that LaCroix was an idiot. That the only reason he had anything was because people felt it was convenient for him to be in the seat, and because of his sheriff. my god, Evo, you should immediately go hunt them down. Looks like turkey's back on the menu, etc., etc.
Oh, beautiful fire. Back to see me again.
Verona, you look unwell.
Well, hello to you too. Can I offer you something to drink?
I am not here to sup on you.
Come on, don't make me feel like a bad hostess. She said I had the best blood she ever tasted, you know. I'm caviar. I'm diamonds in a champagne glass.
Diamonds.
I do not enjoy the taste of desperation.
What the hell am I supposed to do then?
She does fit Lou's bill. You really want to throw her to the spider?
What are you going to make of your life? Do you wish to be a walking meal for the rest of your days?
Well, it's kinda embarrassing, but I did used to have a little fantasy that maybe someday Isabella would turn me into one of your kind.
And why would she do that?
You think we're furniture, right? You feed and forget we're there. But the walls got ears, and so do I. I know a few secrets I'll take to my grave. Or perhaps not, if I never end up in one.
Interesting. But words like that could see her killed before they even leave her mouth.
This is not something I will do for you, but I will consider your wish. You may be approached by a kindred called Lou Graham.
Oh?
If so, find a way to run. If you must let her drink, do so, but then be on the next train by daylight. She will devour you. She will betray you.
Oh, well, thank you.
Perhaps we will speak again.
For what it's worth, I'm glad you warned her. But we still need a meal for Lou, if we're gonna satisfy her. Should we see if we can't find a few other dishes? No harm in having options. Forget the daddy issues and all that jazz. We look for rich, high in spirits, and female.
No one nearby. That's actually a good question, Dakota. I'm not sure. Once again, old world music for some reason. I'm not sure about Fabian's humanity. I actually read a thing stating that the Elder is supposed to be at a 5, and honestly, I think whoever wrote that didn't know what they were talking about. 5 is not great when it comes to humanity. And we can do plenty of things that involve caring, empathy, and otherwise giving a crap. There might be a disconnect there because some of those are player choice, but still, nah. If you put a gun to my head, I'd probably peg Fabian as somewhere around 6-ish. Maybe higher. It'd also be based on the time period. He actually struck me as less humane back when in the 20s, and he actually feels more humane now. What score does a typical real-life billionaire have? Give me a second, I'll give you a real answer for that. They're vampire clothes, Sub-Zero. Much more durable. Here we go. Okay, so... Humanity. So let's look at 1. Looks like 2. Because at 1 humanity, you barely even care for your survival, and you have no capability to enjoy anything. So that certainly sounds like a billionaire. But at 2... the only thing you care about is whatever twisted hobby you have, nothing else. That sounds like a billionaire to me. I think so, yeah. At 5, and I'll just read this word for word. At this level, most kindred only care for their touchstones and may manifest some minor physical illness or malformation. And up at 7, which is normal, 7 is standard, Kindred with this rating can pass for a mortal still subscribing to the strongest of social norms, such as viewing murder as wrong, but they have no qualms about going faster than the speed limit or dodging taxes. It is specifically Humanity 8 is the barrier point. Once you have Humanity 8, you officially have empathy. Like formal, caring about others and understanding the pain and anguish that you can cause. I'm not seeing, like, anyone out on the streets right now, which is really frustrating. Look, you said it, not me, Evo. Hang on, that might be a pink. Or a red. What are you? Well, you're male, so you're out. That's hard red. I thought I saw another pink somewhere. That's a good question, Dream Whisperer. I don't know. Why are there icons not showing up? Are you seeing that? There's supposed to be icons over their head, especially when I've sent them out. But instead all I have to go off of is the color. Yeah, it could be. Bunch of neutrals tonight. See, I would believe several people who are jumping on the empathy is fake bandwagon are just doing the bandwagoning thing. Every now and again I hear someone say that and I actually believe that they mean it. And there's something wrong with that person. Some of you probably don't know this, but I've heard the empathy isn't real argument before. It was around the late 90s, early aughts that particular philosophy, meme, was making the rounds. Yeah, exactly, to quote. It's nonsense. It's complete nonsense, and always has been. Yeah, let's try the bar. That is actually a good idea. Oh yeah, there's also the 2019 thing. I actually forgot about that one, Bregman. But yeah, I was talking to a friend about that just last night. Human empathy is actually one of the things that makes us truly unique as a species. It is very much what we are. Like, that's down to our freaking DNA.
My pimp's gonna kill you!
It's still purple. I need pink. Hey, where am I? Further south. Oh, I see a pink. I don't even care if it's a guy at this point. I'm just tired of this. Here, you. Hey, what's up? Okay. Will it not let me do it because he's a guy? All right, whatever. Okay.
Snow better clear up soon if you get back out
there. Another guy. Why is everyone pink male? Jesus. You may take that sentence out of context if you prefer. But yeah, we have tremendous empathy. You could argue that empathy is a thing across multiple species, but we have empathy across the board. We have the capacity for empathy across the board.
Damn, sweetie, you look like a big slab of meat. And I'm hungry. Sorry, I can't help. I need to... I'm expected at home any minute.
Well, reckon we have ourselves some options. Let's get back to Lou.
Some options. I found one woman. But yeah, we can empathize for species that are not ours. We can empathize with people who are total strangers. We can empathize with individuals who are not a part of our pack. Stuff like that, right? There's actually a real term for this, which I can't remember.
We decided against Verona. I doubt Lou will be happy, but she doesn't get to win every time.
Oh, no. You know, that's an interesting point, Alex Brown. Yeah, civilization does not exist without empathy. We could survive. We could build things even. Plenty of animals build things. But civilization exists because of empathy.
You're back. And what delights do you have in store, dear?
The streets of Seattle could not fulfill your more specific requirements. But there are still a few candidates I can recommend.
That is disappointing. Though if they are good enough for a fellow Ventru, then I suppose they will suffice. Now, will that be all for tonight?
Yeah, actually, I'm good.
The night grows long. I will leave you.
Sleep well. You know, I have the strangest feeling that all the chips are about to scatter across the table. I hope to see you again after they do.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna kill your face off someday, Lou. Just so you know.
Should we see what Sophia has for us? Finally time to sit down with Sophia. Let's hope she has your mark all figured out.
You know, Twitch is like Twitch. Say, vampires, am I right? Yeah, Lou's really young. I remember looking that up. Yeah, LaCroix was... Oh, I don't remember. I remember he was older than I always think he is, because he's such a, you know, pathetico. God, is everyone's Twitch just crash? Is that just... I know there's some DDoS stuff going on right now. I don't know which exact blocks it's hitting. Other side. So, it's funny you say that, Madman Robbie. Per the book, and I actually was looking this up recently, the older you get as a vampire, the more likely you are to have your humanity go down. Just naturally, right? Connection to the beast, detachment from your touchstones, people you love and care about dying over time, etc., etc. So I would say, absolutely, in answer to your question. I think that simply by being an elder, by being an older vampire, we are likely to have less humanity. Not a guarantee, but definitely inclining towards that. Hi, Dorthrinius.
Sophia's not here yet. Should we sit? Well, it's been a busy night or two. I've been mulling, and I've a thing I've been meaning to ask. Your direction to your child, putting the hounds on Lou. Hell of a gamble. If it pays off, it's jackpot, but I'm not sure for who. I gotta ask, though, why do it? Because you don't like her supremeness, or out of idealism, or for a reason I can't fathom?
We are all monsters, but she is the worst kind. I despise such creatures of whim and caprice.
I can't say I disagree. Not after what she did to me and mine. It will be fascinating to see how it plays out. And might be suicidally dangerous, of course, but what day hasn't that been true for us? On other matters, though, here's a question. Say we solve our cases. No more Mark, no more bloody hand. Oh, and the city still stands. Think you'll stay? In Seattle, I mean.
That might be one of the first choices I've ever seen. So I could say, no, this place is a prison. Yes, Seattle has grown on me. Jokingly, why, I will be Prince. Or seriously, I will be Prince. We have everything we need to take this city, honestly, if we really wanted to. Question being, do we want to? Do we care? Seattle feels like small potatoes. Yeah, Bragwin. Agreed, off the deeper end. Someone asked if you can restore your humanity. The answer is yes, obviously. Humanity can go up or down, regardless of whether you're human or not. I'm gonna lean towards no.
No, of course not. I want my freedom back. Once this mark is removed, I will put Seattle far behind me.
Oh. Well, I suppose I've little to pack.
I had assumed you would fade with the mark.
Oh. Well, who can say? Assumptions do make fools of the best of folks, and we're far from the best. Anyway, idle thoughts. We've still got work cut out for us if we can find a thread to pull. The mark's still there, and that's a straight line to the Sabbath still being with us. That's our danger.
Well, yeah, obviously, Bleachville. Like I said, vampires over time trend downwards.
Who leads the Sabbath? Has someone replaced Gideon?
I'm not at all sure he was at the helm. As to who is, we don't have many leads. It's been a while since anyone's used your mark. Either they're scared now, or you're already acting as they wish. There's something to chew on. Who benefits from the nomad's actions in the city?
Why did Lou put your sire into a wall?
He was too close, would be my guess. Willing to expose that she and Ghoul Campbell were behind the killings. I guess we're halfway to justice with Campbell buried. And who knows, maybe your child will put Mama in the ground and bring it all the way.
How did your sire come to join the Sabbath?
That's a great puzzle, isn't it? Maybe he was that way before I met him, but I didn't smell that sickness. Not a hint. Did someone whisper to him down there in the dark? Or did his far-reaching gray matter wander into the wrong mind?
Yeah, right? Like, this is the only song in the whole game that irritates me. And it is the fact that it's not just me. I was willing to let it go. I think I should give a music negative for this because it plays for every one of these scenes. And it's just off.
I used to think the Sabbath were here to do what they always seek to. Cause chaos and confusion, weaken the court's resources, destroy the elders, and shatter a city's power structures beyond repair. But what do they want here? It seems more subtle.
I think we've heard one shoe drop and have yet to hear the other. Whoever bound you had a powerful intent. Maybe they're just riding the wild horse that is the Sabbath, whipping it on to I don't know where.
Where is Sophia?
Why not ask the Wicked Witch of Books and Beans? On second thought, don't tell her I called her that.
Have you seen Sophia?
Ah, yes indeed. I was wondering when you'd bother to ask me. I have something for you.
My thanks, Magister Thorne.
True respect, or sycophancy. But I thank you for the form, at least. The girl was here. She left some time ago, but you did request I give this to you.
What is this?
An apparatus for recording one's voice.
Interesting.
Let me help you. These things can be tricksy.
Fire, I have the solution for you. Meet me at the conservatory in the park, and I'll fill you in. Be careful, be careful.
An assignation, dearie?
Sophia, fire, and flowers in the park? My.
Kiss from Prospero? I was gonna give it a song negative.
What she's found. Sophia, I mean.
But I could hear music direction.
Visiting another garden might tie into our gardener.
So hang on. Sub-Zero asked a valid question. The beast draws you down automatically. Yes, like I said, there's always a pull for a vampire. And, as Kira White Noise points out, you have to eat people, so you're kind of parasitic by nature. And you live forever, which just causes issues psychologically. And even things and people you care about go away over time, which gives you further problems. So, yeah, no, it is a constant downwards pull. I don't recall anything about losing your mortal life. I've never even heard of such a thing, except for, like, outlier cases. Does anyone else know about that one? Also, the answer to the question why we don't have a shadow is because the game's graphics are kind of bad. That's why. I swear I remember something about a vampire converting to something else, but it's just at the outside of my brain there. I know that when you hit Humanity 10, which I should mention is a insanely difficult feat, you're like half vampire at that point.
Another anarch symbol, see? Overlord Fletcher's really up against these things.
Nice place.
I wonder why Sophia didn't want to meet at the cafe. Guess she's somewhere ahead. Not sure I like this, though.
I mean, one of my favorite little details about Humanity 10 is most humans are not at Humanity 10. Never mind vampires.
You smell that? Kindred blood. Sophia's blood. Oh, I think we have a problem. Smashed pots. Either the botanist needs therapy or something took a turn.
Yeah, Humanity 7 is default. A freshly turned vampire almost always starts at 7.
Uh-oh. I recognize that sound.
The unbirthed.
Okay. I mean, a player is aware of their humanity number, but it's a gameplay conceit, really. While it is primarily a narrative gameplay conceit, it is still a gameplay conceit, so I would go with no.
Let's go for a walk with our girl, and not to show her the roses.
Most people probably aren't aware of their humanity score anymore, they are aware of their level in D&D.
There must be a way through somewhere.
It's right there, dude. Just let me up. No, Blade or if we did, I didn't even catch that.
Sabat, and they're not here for a picnic. What has Sophia gotten herself into?
On me!
May my aim... Yeah! Join me. They are here. Here. May in my sight. Gorgeous display.
Oh, sorry, Czar. I actually looked that up because I thought it was just nobody. It turns out it's actually supposed to be, Telly? Oh god, I can't think of his freaking name. The Nosferatu guy. It is Tolly. Yeah, apparently he's just always right behind us, ready to stake us at a moment's notice. Sure. Look, I really didn't like his face, Dark Phineas. Yeah, Fabian.
How big is this place?
He's probably having a ride.
They took her this way. Oh shit, fire. This is serious.
Yeah, I could see that, Uthor. Campbell, Benny, Isabella, and Willem have been crossed out. Tolly, Ryong, and Lu are unmarred. No picture of Katsumi or Sophia.
By the looks of it, a selection of targets. No sign of Katsumi and no Sophia. Too unimportant, perhaps? Hopefully a good sign.
I don't think Johnny has the ability to have fun. He's too broken and bitter. So, I'd go with Fabian by default. Frankenstein.
Fire?
What is this place?
Nowhere that's good.
Nice place. Subject 7 was interred in the test area and exposed to bovine blood. After 24 hours, minimal activity was observed. Subject exhibited only minor twitching in the extremities, suggested limited reanimation potential. Subject 8 was introduced to avian blood. Despite the small amount of blood, slight muscle contractions were noted. However, full reanimation did not occur. Subject 9 received lupine blood. Within 12 hours, a significant increase in subject activity, including partial reanimation of upper limbs and head movement. This outcome suggests a stronger reanimation effect compared to the other animal sources tested. However, the result was short-lived.
I know this place.
You've been here?
I was brought here, I think. Before I woke. I do not know how many times. I remember.
Fire, what do you remember?
Pain.
You were tortured?
They asked no questions, and I gave no answers. I was still in torpor, and yet I remember the sound. Wheels beneath me, moving me. Then I would burn. I could not scream. This was where it happened. This is where I was marked.
Congratulations, you found an elder. As the nights grow longer, there are fewer and fewer of us around. What I can tell you, discovered none other than the legendary Nomad. I've never had the pleasure personally, but if this is the Nomad, a word of warning. This event that you're planning, to put the Nomad in the middle of this, is foolish in the extreme. Elders and antediluvians are not playthings you trifle with. There's a plan for our existence, and some younglings messing around with things they do not understand will only cause more pain for us all. You may claim this about serving Kane's will, but mark my words, if the Nomad really is part of Kane's grand designs, you should make damn sure whatever you do in Seattle furthers his plan, not yours. From one nodist to another, be careful. Or don't. It's not like you're going to listen to anything I say anyway. But if you wake the Nomad and you live through it, I'd appreciate some time with them. It's not often I get to have decent conversation with someone who has more than 2 brain cells to rub together. Pass my regards to our other reawakened acquaintance. I understand your motivation, and in truth, I find it laudable. I merely question your methods. With sincere hope that you pay attention when someone gives you good advice, C. Beckett, Esquire. I figure if they were original or like one-off, but yeah, they're the oldies. Oh, apparently they're both. That might explain that. Identification of the Nomad resumes a voyage from Blank to Cairo. Difficult journey for any of us, but they are known for their extensive travels. Their features match drawings of Blank from Sofia in 1734. I envy you will speak with them, but I fear consequences of their awakening. Honestly, Sub-Zero, it's kind of similar to, well, what Taquadio just mentioned, but also how they used to apply alignments over in Dungeons and Dragons. If you're a player who, out of nowhere, decides to murder a shopkeep, that's arguably out of character. But if the player insists, no, I want to murder the shopkeep, then it's like, okay, that is a noticeable change in your behavior. And that, therefore, dictates what might happen with regards to humanity. Humanity is much, much easier to lose than it is to gain. And if that's what the player wants, then, well, you need to be both on the same board there.
None will survive what's coming.
Super stealthy. As you can tell.
So Sophia was right. She did find a clue to your mark.
It seems so.
I can't... Oh god, it wouldn't let me do anything. I couldn't do anything, because it wouldn't let me do anything. I couldn't even stealth. Not that there was anywhere to hide. Okay.
How my blood sing! Pain into the fold.
I am a bride of Cain.
I can't think of anything witty to say. I am the bride of Cain. I guess you could say that was an explosive encounter. Sophia, no.
Sophia.
My love.
Father,
I'm actually a little surprised she's dead. But whatever.
I brought her here.
then what are you gonna do about it?
Kill a lot of people. If you call Sabbat people. I mean, do Sabbat count as people? As, you know.
How did this happen?
Wow, that's a jump cut.
Sophia understood the risk. She went anyway, to help me regain my freedom. Make no mistake, this was the work of the Sabbat.
I see. This is a blow. She never wavered in her support. Not once. And to happen now, I need a moment. Thank you, Fire. You may go.
Is that our beloved sheriff? I hope you haven't come to bring down the mood.
Lou Graham returned at last.
And it's in part thanks to you.
Why are you here?
Ryong and I are celebrating. I've officially come out of retirement. Of course, I have full confidence in the strong court that my child has built. I'm not here for a title. I thought I'd see the new office and help out Prince Ryong as I can. But did I hear that right? Our dearest little Sophia, savaged by Sabbat cultists. Tragic. Oh, tragic.
She was valuable to me.
Really? Valuable. Such a loaded word. I never saw that in her. She was Tremere, after all.
Enough. What of the culprits?
I destroyed those that I found, but there are still more. The Sabbat must have a leader.
You needn't look very far. After all, who were the first Sabbat, if not Anarchs?
Lou, the Anarchs aren't all...
Child, the Anarchs are nothing but the Sabbat in a new skin.
That is a perversion of history. The Sabbat started as one thing, but it is a corrupted mockery of what it once was.
Come now. The root of this is Campbell's weakness. He let that filthy Bruja Katsumi build a power base. She has drawn in the weak-blooded and the foreigners and dug them deep into the bowels of this city. She canoodles with nameless sponsors and works with alchemy and perversion. She leads your Sabbat. Her Anarchs must be exterminated.
I won't jump to conclusions.
And why not? Are you not Prince? My dear, your conclusions define reality, no matter how you come to them. And your conclusion will be this. The Anarchs must be destroyed.
The Anarchs must be destroyed.
God damn her for a spider.
That's better. Now, as sheriff, you, Fire, will take ownership of destroying the Anarchs.
You can't do this, Fire. This is Lou and her ego. This is no way to close a case.
As sheriff, I will do no such thing.
Oh, I think you will. Unless, of course... Oh, here's an idea. You have one night, to bring me the head of the snake. Destroy Katsumi. The rest can be cleaned up. If you can't deliver, Ryong here will announce an immediate blood hunt on every Anarch in this city. For Sophia.
I have to admit, I do like the fact that she doesn't even try to dominate us. Which is good, because she turbo can't. It would almost have been funny to watch her try, but unfortunately, I think Lou is slightly smarter than that. You'll notice she didn't hesitate to bring out the stick immediately on Ryong. Just nope. Oh, I always listen to the voice acting. But you're right in that I read the dialogue before they finish saying it. I read very quickly.
I will not be party to this.
Inaction is action, dear. If you don't comply, your precious Anarchs... Well... Ryong, give the sheriff their orders.
I won't.
I order you to
Look at that. Immediate. Immediate.
I order you to obey.
Well, that's settled. Finally, after so much hullabaloo. Once you're done, we'll see about finding a new sheriff. One who walks to heal. Run along now.
Am I the only one who doesn't find her boobs particularly appealing?
This is bad. This is very bad.
Not now. Outside.
No, I'm serious. Like, They just looked off and wrong and... yeah. True, von Falkenstein.
Fire, you should at least talk to her. There might be another angle.
I like how it's like, select a quest. There's one quest. I mean, I know there's side quests.
Look, I know it's a lot losing Sophia, but just bring Katsumi's head or a blood hunt on every Anarch? She would have hated this.
You have a solution?
No, not yet at least. But I know we can find a way around this.
Yeah, seriously, like, that... I'm going to say this as nicely as I can. In a proper Vampire the Masquerade game, that should have been an opportunity for combat. Right? Like, regardless of my own personal predilections on the matter, that kind of option should be on the table for a moment like that. When the ex-prince walks in and swings her big frickin' dick around, casts Dominate twice on the prince. That should have been a moment. Instead, we just kind of let that happen. Again with the overworld music. Listen, boobs are great and all, but my... oh, shoulders is where it's really at. Yeah, a proper sheriff... I granted, we are not a proper sheriff, but a proper sheriff would have at least made the attempt. Like, I could picture the scene we just saw playing out in person if we were playing, you know, LARPing or tabletop. And I guarantee you, I, as the storyteller, would be like, okay, oh, hold up. How do you want this to play out? Yeah, like, Dominate takes time and effort in casting. You could have tried to interrupt the cast. With combat, even. Our specific Ventru happens to be... or sorry, our specific Elder happens to be Ventru. We could probably dominate Lou if we really wanted to. Among other options. Yeah, have a Shepard interrupt moment from Mass Effect 2. Yeah, we are also incredibly strong.
Tali.
But yeah, we do know that higher generation, or excuse me, I guess lower generation can supersede higher generation, even when using a very specific ability. So yeah, I think we could dominate to undominate. I think that would be an option. Yeah, Renegade interrupt. Boom. We could also have had a nice moment there to really establish dominance. You remember how earlier they really failed that with Ryong? We could have just been like, boom! And she's like, how dare you, kill her! And we're just like... Just completely no-sell whatever she tries. You, let me be clear. You want to kill me. Yeah, actually, Madman Robbie. The only reason you sit fat on your throne is because, as I have been dealing with things that are actually important, coincidentally you have benefited from them. You are literally refuse.
Well, if it ain't my favorite mother plucker.
Have I been lured down an alley? Should I worry about my head?
Nah, not this time. I just come here for the ambiance. You know me, I like to spread it around. Listen, you rascally relic, you. Real talk for a moment. I dig you. I think you're solid. I really do. Even if you play kiss-kiss in the back alleys with the IAO. You don't have your head up your ass like some others I could name. This city is bone dry, and I'm kind of worried it'll burn. Again. You gonna put down roots here? We could use you.
I will see this mark removed. That is all I am focused on for now.
Sure. Guess committing to our relationship isn't part of your legend, right, Nomad? So this shakedown Ryong's calling for.
We need stability.
Sometimes you suit that 10-star. I agree. Listen, I am definitely not gonna give you Katsumi's address, right? She is definitely not in the jungle right now. And you should definitely not go and see her and figure out what the heck is going on. And who she's off frolicking with when she thinks no one's looking. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, say no more.
Is that a direct reference to a Monty Python skit? Not I'm complaining, I'm just... I don't think a date is what he has in mind.
So, Katsumi is in this jungle?
A shantytown, home to the homeless. You'll see.
So, that's actually an extremely complex question to Qualitas, and I'm pretty sure most people here don't want me to talk politics while playing a Vampire the Masquerade game, because nobody plays politics in Vampire the Masquerade. I will admit that the recent elections today have, or excuse me, yesterday, have brought... Oh, up, too far. Have brought a little bit of comfort, I think is the word I want to use. But to be very clear, and I said this earlier, we don't want politics to be sports teams. It shouldn't be about a side winning, and it shouldn't be about a big spectacle. I honestly think both of those are bad things. Now, do I think this is better than the alternative? Yes. But it's hard to say that I'm, like, you know, cheering from the catapults, right? I suppose that's something I've been talking about a lot lately. Better is better than not better, right? Doesn't have to be perfect. It's a little unprecedented, is the summary, Madman Robbie. The general idea here is that I don't want to get too much into the weeds on this, so let's ignore the politics and the policies for a second. The approach he's been using has been unusual. It's very grassroots. It's very down to earth. It's very individual person going out, reaching and glad-handing people, which has been unusual in American politics for decades at this point. It used to be kind of the norm. Him reaching out to people and trying to approach on a platform of, hey, I am a person like you, is somewhat unusual. The fact that it worked, despite the fact that there was an inordinate quantity of money being pushed against him, is enheartening. Because, and I'm going to say this as bluntly as I can, money needs to get the crap out of politics. And yeah, the New York mayor, most of the time the mayor slot isn't super important. The New York City mayor is pretty big deal. And yeah, a straight up Muslim mayor of New York City is a step. It is a noteworthy step. See you around, Trinius. Hang on. Evo asked a question which I actually missed. Oh, what I think is the humanity score of fire. I would say they can't make up their mind on it because too much of it's player driven. So like the way I've been playing fire, probably around 8, I would say. But that's me, right? The way they probably intend is for us to be lower, and yeah, I was actually going to say 6. It's entirely possible that Dream Whisper's right. 6 to 8 is probably the admitted range, right? That they want for that. But who knows? There's once again, I feel like we're running into that inconsistent, multiple plots crafted together problem.
If Lou gets her blood hunt, everyone here is forfeit, kindred and mortals alike. Perhaps that's why Tali cooperated. Unless... Hold the phone. We never did pin down who Katsumi was meeting that got the IAO so curious. Maybe the Anarchs were all tangled up with the Sabbat. What if you bring Lou Graham something better than Katsumi's head? What if you nail the real villain?
But the real villain is Lou. And we need to just off Lou. Why are we dancing around this? Lou is not our superior. This is not a LaCroix situation where he can dominate. So for those of you who haven't played VTMB1, in VTMB1, there are moments where you can flat out tell LaCroix no when he gives you an order. And if you persist in that, he will dominate you to force the issue. Now that makes sense. You're a weaker person. That's his big shtick, blah, blah, blah. Lou does not have that over us, as we just demonstrated, actually. So, yeah, no, Lou is the villain. My opinion is worthless as always, Equalitas, but thank you. I am nobody. This place. Oh god, I can't talk here.
Hey, Nomad? That you?
Hey, Max.
Fire. It's all gone to shit. You're here to help, right?
I am glad to see that you escaped and found somewhere safe from the chaos.
I'm not safe. None of us are. This is insane. Katsumi doesn't want anyone else to get hurt. She told us to go to ground. We both know she's not gonna come out of this in one piece.
We have little time. You know where she is. Tell me.
No, Fire. I'm sorry. I know you're the sheriff, but I won't help you on this one.
Max.
Fire, leave him be. I've got a notion. I know how to find her.
Fine. I will do this myself.
Shit. Look, you're gonna change everything, Fire. I know it. If Katsumi... If you take her out, these people still need something.
If this ends badly for Katsumi, her people will need help. You can come to me. I have no wish to see you all destroyed.
I'll hold you to that, Nomad. Just remember who you are. Don't just play the sheriff.
You say you have a plan?
Yeah. You catch a whiff of that? Anesthetic. Who do we know that could get their mitts on medical supplies? Follow that scent, and you'll find Katsumi.
I'm not sure I have a preference, Madman Robbie. I like both for different reasons, you know? I actually don't know who would participate in the blood hunt here.
That's who you finish off if you go down this path. The kind that still gives a damn.
You have made your point.
Destroy Katsumi, and Max is all these people have.
Shit! Help! Yeah, I fucking live for... Dodge this fucker!
Done. Katsumi would probably hate being Prince. I don't know how good of a job she'd do.
Could really use a drink.
Done. Do we have to snap their necks? Like, is that mandatory? That's true, Loner. You got a point. I sometimes wonder, in real-life terms, which city has had the most vampires in it, right? Back when they were actually keeping track of the meta story.
Any hunches on who Katsumi is meeting? Seems this chase might deliver answers. Let's keep on it.
That's better not bite.
Are you watching your work?
No, I mean, sorry, to be clear, I mean real-life players. Which city had the most players who were participating in the meta? In other words, where they were keeping track of that kind of thing. Part of the reason I asked this is the Kansas City players was actually a pretty large groups. Yes, I realize that the bad grammar there, but I mean it. There were actually several dedicated groups in the greater Kansas City area. I should know.
Never could stomach hospitals. All those ghosts.
They help, Sub-Zero.
You've made your decision. It need not come to that.
Then why are you here, Han?
Questions, huh? Sabat? And if not, who's she been meeting?
You have been working with kindred from outside Seattle. Who?
You know what? I'm not in the mood. I pinky swear that I'm not in deep with the big bad Sabat. That's all you're getting.
If I know who you meet with, I can investigate them. If they are Sabat, then I will deal with them. And your problem goes away.
Oh, fuck you, Sheriff. Just snitch on your neighbor and you'll be fine? Guess you didn't read 1984 or live through it, but Christ, don't you get how twisted that is?
Lou believes you are Sabat.
She thinks I'm Black Hand, does she? I wouldn't know Sabat if it drove a truck with "Make Gehenna Great Again" painted on the side. So where does that leave us, Nomad?
Give me something, Katsumi. I do not want to destroy you or your people.
Listen, you've been on the level so far, but there's no way I'm selling anyone out to you. Take my head if it'll save my people.
I must end this.
They call me crazy, but even I know this is bad. Must you?
We can take Lou Graham. Together. It may even be that we have other allies. We need to buy time.
And how the hell do we do that? You don't understand, Nomad. However nice you play, have you counted the bodies around you? To the Anarchs, you're the big bad wolf. Take on Lou, it won't happen.
There is no choice.
There's a weird lack of reaction.
The shooter, that's our villain. Get after them.
You know what that means? It's time for a change in appearance. There we go. Wait, hang on. Gotta change the hair. There we go. Wait, no. There we go. We'll do that.
Shot came from the rooftop. Let's get up there.
Guys, do you want to stop shooting me for 5 seconds? No, it's okay. There was actually a hole that time. Instead of a fake hole. I should probably be feeding. I might need it. I am in complete agreement with you on that, Victor. They are way overplaying Lou. These guys are also bullcrap. That is auto-dodging. And I hate auto-dodging enemies in basically any game. Never mind this combat system. Yeah, I'll probably take a lunch break. We've probably got enough left to warrant it. The real question is, where's our last checkpoint? Because I don't really get to see checkpoints. Okay, so... My god, multiple shots. Yeah, if we were a Lobby, like in VTMB1, it would make sense for Lou to be able to dominate us so much. Let's just screw it. Let's just see where our latest checkpoint is. Hi, Chemic. Yeah, pretty much Carolinas. Okay, this is before the combat we just did. Whatever. I'll be back after the lunch break.